ambassador of Israel for the U.S., but they knew what was happening. Because the only way you would know to be in the bunker is if you feel as if that they was going to strike against you. Because if you feel bold and strong enough, you wouldn't hide. You would just be out in the regular. But they hiding in bunkers.
Hey, yo, here go the link right here of him saying that. It appears he's somewhere outside. It looked like he in Israel. But England, I can't really tell. I just see the background of, sometimes they
Actually, were you talking about the bitch? The bitch?
Yeah, he right there. In that link, he said our forces are now striking the heart of Tehran with increasing intensity, and this will only intensify further in the coming days. We're in a campaign in which we are bringing together the full power of the IDF to bear as never before in order to ensure our existence and our future. Then the combined effort with the United States enable us to do what I have long sought to do for 40 years, to decisively strike the terror regime.
So what he just said right there, right? He just literally admitted to a war crime. Look, if you read the words that he said again, everything spells out committed a fucking war crime, including the amount of years that he was waiting to do it. Is he smart? Oh my god.
But like even before this shit in Iran, it was people already saying that once the shit died down in Gaza, that the people of Israel gonna like try that nigga for treason or some shit like that because of all the bullshit he done started. So he trying to, from what I've heard, they perpetuate all these wars so he can stay in office.
Yeah, because you got Israelis protesting, burning their draft papers. They want the war to end. They want him out of office. Remember, asked the Israeli government to pardon him, but they didn't. But they bring that to the light. Pardon him for what? And why is he trying to convince the rest of the Israeli government to pardon him? They not all on the boat or on the same page? Apparently not.
And to top it off, he done fled the country, done started all this shit, and then allegedly fled somewhere else and got all his people having to deal with this shit. That's some pussy ass shit to me. I'm sorry.
Well, I gotta ask someone that was even more crazier. Is a Jew flying to Germany for protection? Imagine.
Yeah, Germany was
Well,
one of
hey,
the
look, I have
designers.
to say,
Look, that's not insane. Hold on. The Germans were the ones that helped and assisted the Zionists. The Marxist Jews are the ones that were targeting the Zionist Jews back in World War II. That's the whole purpose of World War I and World War II, is because of the fucking beef between Marxist Jews, Judeo Bolsheviks, and the Zionist Jews. They are not one and the same like people think they are. We see it on the live feed with Israel right now. Those going after Netanyahu are the Marxist Jews. That's a known fucking fact. Ahu Barak could say all he wants and claim to be a Zionist. Everything that comes out this man's mouth, huh?
I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay. Well, history teaches us different. But Ahu Barak can call himself a Zionist or all he wants. But if you actually listen to this man speak, he speaks the tongue of a Marxist ideology. Why do you think him and Bibi got so much beef? The Lagu party, the far right, does not have that much power or respect in the Nets like people do, only because they control partial of the government right now. But if you go back to the prime minister in, well, the early 2000s, or was it the 90s, excuse me, that was assassinated in Israel, it was the Lagu party that did it. It was the Zionists that killed the Marxists. That's exactly what happened.
Wait, who created Marxism? Who created Marxism?
Well, I mean, if you follow the ideology of how Eagles
and Marx. Black man, right?
Karl Marx, no. Karl Marx.
No,
Karl Marx.
no.
He's not black. He's not black, please.
No,
33rd
no.
degree Mason.
No. So, I mean, either way, well, you follow this ideology, but if you really do your history, you see that if you ask me, it's just a yin and a yang perspective that is led, I mean, has scattered throughout the earth through ideologies, just corrupting different civilizations for over 100 years, to the point where we're at now. Because World War I started because of these two fractions beef. World War II started because of these two fractions beefing. And if you look at the issue now with World War III and how this is being played out, it's no different. The same groups go at it with each each other just on a much larger scale because they've infiltrated more nations. Now they get more people involved. It's a bigger conflict, and it's all leading and ushering in to the destruction of Pax Americana, rising up Pax Judea, so the Greater Israel Project and Israel itself will become the sole superpower of the world. When you look how they pitted everyone against each other, there's really one person with one nation, actually one federation that stands in between all of this, and that's Putin. Because he shows that he's fucking with the Marxists, and he shows that he's fucking with the Zionists. But truly, he stands in the middle of both. He's spoken out against both. Even of the Bolsheviks of the USSR, even of the Bolsheviks of China and the CCP. The Bolsheviks that established themselves in different parts of the world, along with the Zionists, he's exposed them. Listening to this man speak. So understanding that, it's really showing us that right now what's happening is once again being repeated throughout history. But now there's a difference. There's actually a group of people that stand in the way of this shit that they don't want the Greater Israel Project to succeed or fulfill itself through prophecy or agenda. Because they know what happens after that, apparently.
Well, they're all gonna go back to Ukraine now. A lot of the Israelis, they're gonna go back to Ukraine.
They've been doing it
Ukraine
already.
is being built. They're doing it already.
Yeah, they're doing it already. You just hit it right in now. The whole situation with Ukraine, Putin annexing those lands, he's taking it back because those were originally Russian lands. He don't want those people to take the trip. But now, if you see how they pushed out all the native people of that land, the Ukrainians, the Caucasus people, right? All they're doing is taking out their brethren, their land, and just no different than what they did to fucking back in Palestine. Excuse me.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. Like back in the day, I got so many videos. The regular Ukrainians that's there, and then the other people, Iroquois Bakuba, whatever his name is, that runs that whole military faction. He went in there, bro. He was blowing up houses, and he said, "Yo, you got this much time to leave." Some of the people didn't want to leave. Some of them was getting shot. Like there's raw footage I got on my laptop. I remember like back in like 2021, 2020, 2022, especially, yeah. And once I seen it, I said, ain't no war out there. They just cleaning the house. And then there's other videos of regular Jewish people, designers. They're all over there partying. Ukraine is being built up. That's why all the money from America and everywhere else is getting sent there to build it. And that's where also I believe the hub of AI will be either there or Israel.
Tyranny in Ukraine.
Okay, Ukraine. All right, then, yeah.
All the data server centers that are built there, that are structured there.
Yeah. That's what I figured.
Why do you think Zelensky wants to build their form of the Iron Dome? If you ask me, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I firmly believe that the Greater Israel expands its grounds all the way up the Black Sea to Ukraine. Why? Because if you go through Kazakhstan, Ukraine, into like Kosovo, and that region right there, that actually, when you look at it, the map of the Khazarian Empire is exactly what it was laid out to be. Around the Black Sea. Go look at the map of the Khazarian Empire and you see what I'm talking about. And then you see why the Greater Israel map starts off where it ends up like at the Black Sea by Turkey and all that. And once you wrap around into Kazakhstan, into Ukraine and all that, that's the Khazarian Empire. Then you start fulfilling a greater prophecy at that point.
Everybody stop talking down there.
talker.
Hey, what you put in the chat, man? Put in the chat, man. Protesters looking to storm the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, right? Why? I thought they would look at shit.
No, I don't know if you know, but a few months ago, the U.S. Left its biggest air base in Iraq permanently, and the Iraqi government took it over. So we don't have a big presence in Iraq like we used to. We only have these smaller bases like the one they're showing in that video. So yeah, the Iraqi government really doesn't even want the U.S. military there. You guys remember during Trump's first administration when they asked him to leave after killing in some Iraqi military officials with the drone strike, and Trump told him, well, you get $6 billion for that military base, or we ain't going nowhere. And now, we're out of there, because they didn't want us there. I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. Stuff like this, you know what I mean? I know we can hold it down, but it's like, why put our men and women in kind of like the, worst scenarios? You know what I mean? Where they in a situation to where even the civilians in the country that they in possibly could attack them. That's different than an enemy that you're shooting at in another country from your base to their base. They can't even step outside of the bases now.
Hey, Nuts, everything is going according to plan. Everything that is happening is going on plan. I'm sorry to say, there will be casualties of war, even down to the dogs of war, who is the military, i.e., hence why they look tags. But yeah, like it's unfair. And when people wake up and be like, "We're not fighting the wars anymore." I'm sorry, you elitist family, black nobility family, and all of this shit. We're not fighting your wars. We're done.
The military themselves don't want to fight the war. These niggas are flushing shit down the toilet on their aircraft carrier.
That's what I'm saying.
They know that they're next. We got too many people that read. Too much history has occurred in between them. And for all the gaps that exist, somebody's going to be able to bridge that gap because they want to make some content. So there's all these people that signed up for the shit that don't want to be there. That I know personally. I don't know anybody that's deployed right now, but they're on standby. They might be on special missions and shit, getting called back home. Nobody wants to die about this shit, especially for my generation. Like we're through. The older dickies might be okay with it because that's just the status quo. But I feel like at this point, if you are one that's just looking for the truth, looking for something else out there, you're not trying to fight. But naturally, my generation is over.
No. The older generation is the same thing because they're not with the shits, especially the generals. On top of that,
y'all know we in war during the partial shutdown, right?
Well, what's so fucked up is the fact that we got Americans.
Yeah, motherfuckers just keep on bitching about nothing. They're not talking about nothing serious. Like y'all know we still in the partial government shutdown, right? And we at war, right?
They never
how long y'all think the shutdown gonna last? Because like DHS is not getting funded right now.
Hey, DJ, hold on. They never opened up since then, right?
No. They was open. This just happened like around Valentine's Day. So we around 2 weeks right now. And it's a partial and it's affecting DHS, Department of Security type shit. This our TSA, all of that, and we're technically going into a war and our DHS is not being funded. I mean, TSA workers not getting paid. Like, we got other stuff to be concerned about over here, too.
I mean, well, you saying that like that's our fault.
No, I'm not saying that that's our fault. I'm asking questions like, how long do y'all think the government shut down while we in the middle of war?
Again, we should have rectified that beforehand. No, we should have rectified that before we decided to go to fucking war, man. Like, priorities are out of whack, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. Why niggas is still going to bat. Niggas talking about the Iranians wanted us to go in there and take bro out. The fact that he gave out a directive to his followers that he's against nuclear action, but our biggest fear is that they got nukes to be using. So you kill the guy that's stopping the nation from using the nukes, declaring that he won't use it because he's against it, yet you're blowing smoke up everybody's ass talking about that's the first thing that they're going to use. Like, it is a very confusing time, and you could pay attention and go a long way, but go the wrong direction. So at this point, I'm more into hearing the mindsets of people and their perspective because it's very telling what you're paying attention.
Robbie, you should have been here yesterday. They was That's what they were saying. There was Iranians that came in here. They was like, yes, we want them to.
Nigga,
We
you know
want
what
America.
nation they really from, bro?
No reason. Hey,
So, so,
One nation.
What nation they from? It's a six-sided star and it's blue and white. Yeah. There's a lot of those people. You know, one nation decides.
We have Rabbi Shmuley there doing that same thing, like he's an Iranian.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. There's a lot of Semitic people, and being in New York, you already know that we be around them, whether you're on Eastern Parkway, you in Queens, whatever. And when I do talk to this delegation of people, I'll be like, you know what really got me fucked up about y'all? The fact that you guys have a monopoly on anti-Semitism, but my friends in Ethiopia can't talk about how y'all talk about them and claim that same shit. Or just like for y'all to be one of many Semitic people, for y'all to have a monopoly on that hatred, quote unquote, is just insane to me. So yeah, I think that it's definitely those people in that space because when they shut down the internet again, they had Starlinks and shit like that coming into the country. From where? Now we got all this Mossad intel that's getting relayed back to them, but they have no internet access there.
Damn, Bobby, I forgot to mention that shit right there.
Yeah. You know, there's information overload a lot of the time. So when you have good points to make, there a lot of the time, like you got 72 hours before the next big thing breaks. But writing things down and keeping track of them, it might seem elementary, but it'll keep your mind intact.
So one of the things that I'm worried about is the fact that there's a bunch of Americans that's sitting there, right? And if we're talking about attacking embassies, oh fuck it. Well, there's regular Americans there, whatever they're doing there, and if they get kidnapped, now what? Especially if they're intelligence officers.
It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, no, it is, and the problem is they should have warned everybody, but fortunately they didn't. They just went and go ahead and attacked these people, right? Attack this nation, and I'm looking at the footage. The footage is everywhere. You can go online. It's like, oh shit, get the fuck out of here. Why were they even there? They should have told them to leave like a week ago.
They did.
You don't know how. Remember how 9/11 went and certain people didn't come in? Yep. This is one of those.
Hey, bro, that link you dropped crazy. Hey, but what the DJ said too, though, like that is something to think about. Like, if we contemplating that an attack could possibly, we don't want it to, but there's a possibility. There's always a possibility, and our borders and our airports and the people that are supposed to be there to protect those specific assets, if they're not because they're not getting paid. I mean, that's kind of like a recipe for this, right? Oh, what a coincidence. We attack somebody who so happened to just be sending in sleeper cells, and we just so happen not to be able to pay our workers who actually are supposed to secure these places in America, which allowed these people to get in, and then, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? That shit,
Facts.
that's wild.
Yeah, so that's just something to pay attention to. Like, they low-key need to fix that immediately. So our government shutdown should be coming. They should be fixing that shit like Monday if they're gonna keep on going on this war path. Like, they kind of need to, bro. Because what's stopping these TSA workers from just like being like, I got a family to feed, y'all warned, nigga, I gotta stay home.
They get back pay though. So whilst they are working,
No,
they
got back paid that one time, and I'm telling you, bro, like I would have finessed niggas too that way. I would have dropped checks just so that people would stick around in the hopes of that they potentially gonna get another check, with no guarantee that they gonna get it. Like they played in people's face last time.
They don't get back paid every time there's a government shutdown and reopening.
I am not sure of that.
I'm pretty sure that is. We could look that up though.
I know they gave the bonus checks last time. That's what I'm talking about. Because remember, Donald Trump came out, he was giving people like 10K checks for them just like rocking out. And like people gonna stick around thinking they gonna get that same check just for holding it down for the country. Ain't no guarantee on that.
I just looked it up and it says, yes, federal employees, both furloughed and accepted, quote unquote, or working without pay are guaranteed to receive back pay after a government shutdown ends, according to the Government Employee Fair Treatment Act of 2019, GEFTA for short. While pay is guaranteed once funding is restored, the timing of that payment depends on when Congress passes the appropriation bills.
So that can mean a couple of months down the line. And are we talking about individuals? You talking about individuals who actually went to work, or it don't matter?
I mean, yeah, that's how pay works. You work, you get paid.
Yeah, if they decide not to go to work, then I get paid.
Yeah, I mean, everybody doesn't have the same type of work thing. Like I work on a salary, so whether I go to work or not, I'm still guaranteed a salary. So that's what I'm asking. I don't know how they do
No,
it.
TSA workers hourly, they not salary for the most part.
They could be partial because like you work hourly, but you're still guaranteed money for things like time off or whatever. I don't know the situation obviously, so and I'm glad the gentleman read that because that's some more shit to follow on.
There was 3 different designations. It said furloughed and accepted, quote unquote, or working without pay are guaranteed to
I'll
receive
play on
back
free
pay.
and accept it.
Yeah, see, listen, I don't know. There's a whole lot of stuff going on, but a lot of government agencies talk about how they don't get paid. Apparently, there was ice niggas on Reddit talking about some, has anybody else gotten paid yet? So, yeah, there's a lot of things that have stipulations to them, especially when it comes to that bonus. That bonus can be spread out amongst however long, whether you sign a contract or not. The stipulation also comes with your employment. And there might be a payback clause in that shit. Like, government work is real shiesty.
I don't know. I hope they open the government back up, like within 35 days. It really needs to happen next week. That partial shutdown really needs to happen next week, mainly because y'all deciding to attack niggas, bro. What's stopping these people from just coming through the airport right now? The TSA agent just be like, I ain't got paid. I don't feel like paying attention to this shit, bro.
Same thing that was stopping them before.
2, I don't want to. Just 2.
Hello?
She was off mute, sharing though.
Oh, I thought I was trying to decipher what that might have meant. I thought it was like a cryptic message or something.
How is our government going to monetarily benefit from these interactions?
From what? Iran and Iraq and all that?
Yeah.
There's
Military
one
contract.
angle. I mean, that was low hanging fruit. I feel like, yeah. Anytime there's war, there's prosperity for those companies. But there's like an extended play that I might be thinking of too, because Israel just acknowledged Somaliland as an official place. The Turks are also drilling off or helping Somalia with their drilling for oil and stuff like that. And they're a trade partner. So if they're helping them process their oil and things like that, they're going to benefit from that. After Iran, they said that Turkey is their next biggest issue. So I'm looking at a situation where they just go to recognize this rogue land, legitimize them, arm them in a conflict, start a conflict that they have to go and resolve. And then if there's no trade partners, but there's all that oil to be acquired, who do you think is going to acquire that? You look at them bombing the UAE, who has a very great interest, as we know, in that oil. So there's been a lot of oil plays lately. And energy is a huge thing. We were talking about this the other day, but as far as Russia and China, they're whooping anybody else's ass as far as energy production. And I think that people are trying to play catch up. So throughout these skirmishes that they've been having for years, whether it be their official nations or their proxies being the armed fighters that they arm, I think that might be something to look at as far as energy dependence. When you look at places that they've disrupted before that are fledgling nations such as like Yemen, there's a whole bunch of land for them to plant solar, wind, and things of that nature. So I think that somebody's mentioned the Greater Israel Project. Like, look at the map and all the nations that they need to clear out in order to bring that idea Yeah, too fruit. But that's all like crackpot conspiracy shit. Like I can't necessarily prove it. I could paint the picture, but do I know if it's gonna happen or not? Nah. But does it make sense? Hell,
Wait, it makes sense that they go after the UAE and Turkey? Really?
no. They're clicked up with the UAE, like Israel, UAE, all of them. Like they're the same people, different shades, real shit. If you know, you know. But yeah, they're the same people. I'm saying that Turkey's going into processed oil for Somalia, and Somaliland just got recognized. So I say that they're going to sponsor a conflict between the two.
Wait, Somaliland got recognized by who? Finally?
Israel. They could talk about something finally.
So,
Hell no, they
yeah,
get
no,
no.
it's a fact.
Really? They finally
Yeah,
about to
Somaliland.
go in there and fuck them up.
You didn't. All right, so.
No, I mean, I didn't. I know Somaliland had been officially recognized.
Yo, but hold on, no. You gotta bring up a
Now,
good
do the
point.
Somaliland?
Bro, it's a whole nuanced thing, but like you know, like it's really two breakaway societies, not societies, but like two breakaway clans that want to be recognized. Everybody else like understands where they're from and who they are. So the legitimizing of a country such as Israel that gives out arms and likes to have proxy wars and stuff like that, it looks to me like an entry point for them to sponsor some bullshit for them to come and save the day.
It's a
problem and they respond.
It's a
It sounds like
massage
somebody's
safe
gonna
haven.
be messing with them Somalilanders over there. They might help them out.
That's a massage safe haven though. That Somaliland. If you look at the situation with Minnesota, remember the state of Minnesota, a lot of money laundering going back to where? If y'all actually looking to where that money is actually being sent to, it's going to Somaliland. That situation with Minnesota, the state, the money funneling.
Who said the money was going to? Who said the money was going there? Where you get that from?
They're talking about the money transfers that go back, and it's just like, yo, when people think about that to be a big issue, anybody that has ties outside of the U.S. typically will send money back home, but it's a problem when it's them, right? We're not talking about the money that gets funneled from here to everywhere else. We don't do that.
Hold on, wait. I got a plot twist, right? Because I was just thinking about this. What if the United States actually abandons Israel? Because I'm not gonna lie to you, Israel can't handle Iran by itself. They just can't.
Bro, they'll shut our shit down. They'll like literally fuck up everything that we have. Every big tech company has data centers over there, bro. Like, they hide them.
Hear me out. And that's the only reason why I can almost buy. That's why I said prolific. I don't know. We may have to make a bet on that. I hope it's on Polymarket. Will Trump turn his back on Israel?
No, the reason why I say it like that is because of what Kirk Weldon exposed. I actually put the last link in the chat. I was only dropping links just so y'all could peep some of what I was talking, some of the things that actually has transpired that leading up to where we're at right now in this conversation and today, what just happened. Kirk Weldon exposed the fact that Iran, alongside of other nations, but primarily Iran, assisted America in hiding bin Laden from the public view. So before bin Laden ended up in Pakistan and SEAL Team 6 Death Group taking him out, quote unquote, under Obama's administration, he was in hiding in Iran. The Iranians was hiding him the whole time. The Iranians was working with the American government in the deep state. That means they were working with Israel and covering up what actually transpired on 9/11. So now you have a situation here where the switch up may actually transpire. I say the switch up is going to happen because of 9/11. This motherfucker always talked about wait till the American people find out who was really behind 9/11. He said this shit all the way up to last year. He was talking about this 9/11 shit. People were not paying attention. That Kirk Weldon comes out of nowhere. Man, this is really, Iranians was really behind helping America with covering up bin Laden. And then they put him out to public view in Pakistan and got him killed. Quote unquote, got him killed. I don't even think the motherfucker got killed at that time frame. I think he died from his liver transplant that failed in Italy back in the early 2000s. If anybody knows about that, that's not a conspiracy. Prior to 9/11 happening, the man had fucking liver surgery in 2000 2000, excuse me, in Italy. And the ones that were covering that up were the Americans, and they knew that he wasn't functional as they were stating him to be. Then again, are we really talking about Bin Laden, or are we talking about Tim Osman?
So you saying that even though Bill Clinton was going at Bin Laden the whole time, he was covering. So he had surgery in Italy and the Italians and Billy, and then when Bush came in, they didn't tell him that either.
No, the Americans knew.
Interesting.
The Americans knew he
No,
was
no,
having.
no. Bin Laden was our guy. We trained him.
No, I know that. I know that. But remember, after Bin Laden was our guy, remember what he did? He attacked the World Trade Center in 1993, 1993, right? And now he's not our guy anymore. So
supposedly.
What do you mean supposedly? The Detroit bomb happened. I live in New York, so I trust.
Yeah, no, listen.
It was Mickey that did that shit.
Listen, I was stuck on the GW bridge when that happened in '93. I was stuck on the bridge for 13 hours.
It's okay. I'm not saying that an explosion didn't happen. Okay, but Bin Laden didn't do that. He did that.
The Egyptians did that. That was a
No,
cover-up.
we did that.
Hold on. It was the Egyptians that did it in assistance with the FBI. When you actually read into what happened, the FBI brought in a team of specialists from outside the country. Once again, people from outside the country, right? Who came in the second time around to set up the C4 bombs throughout the towers that brought them down in 2001.
No, that's us.
Yeah, but
throughout the history of our wet work, we always have a common denominator. It's not like they did it with the assistance of us. No, we did it with the assistance of them, and that's how we always do shit. When we killed off.
According to good old Bill, because Bill never lies.
When we killed off all those revolutionary leaders and so forth and so on back in the 60s and 70s, we did that with the assistance of the mob. They did the wet work, we did the planning.
Wait, who was the mob? Who was the mob?
Oh, the mafia. Members of mafia.
Who were they?
Sorry. Giancana, those guys.
Can I ask a general question?
Giancana, the Chicago traffic concrete.
There was more heads. That's what I'm trying to say.
When y'all say like it was the Egyptians with the FBI, right? Similarly to how Israel.
FBI.
Hold on. It doesn't even matter, right? So if you say it's the FBI with Egypt and things like that, so similarly to what we just witnessed with Israel saying that they were the ones to levy the first missile. Now it's a joint U.S. exercise. Is that not joint terrorism though? If we have state-sponsored or state-assisted things like that happening, like just generally, would that be considered a joint operation?
Yeah, in any normal circumstance, yes, that would be a joint operation. In any normal circumstance where you codify it.
Okay, I was just clarifying because I like to take the logical route with these things and not get too sensational about it. But that's a fucking joint operation game.
That's a joint op all day. 9/11 was a joint op all day.
I'm still trying to wrap my mind that good old Billy, the person who's always truthful, who always, he's always honest, right? That girl didn't suck his dick in the White House. He always honest.
Oh, he didn't ever say that.
I'm just being an asshole.
All right, I'm just saying, he never said he didn't get a little sloppy toppy.
But just saying that good old Billy, William Jefferson Clinton, he was behind Bin Laden being, covered. I'm confused. I don't. What the fuck is happening?
Yeah, we actually Reagan started off the Reagan era. We trained
Reagan.
Actually, shit. Actually,
Ronald.
Hold on. Actually, it goes on beyond that because this actually goes back to that Charlie Wilson's war shit. Remember that Charlie Wilson war? We went in Afghanistan and we trained. This is actually where it starts. Yeah. I
don't know about that. Sorry.
Yeah, man. We went to Afghanistan and we trained all the Afghani folks. I'm riding into a tunnel, so I'm in the Matrix. That's why. But we trained a bunch of Afghanis to fight against the quote unquote Soviet forces that were overtaking them over there. Charlie Wilson's War was so called because it was Congressman Charlie Wilson who was responsible for lobbying and getting all the weapons and so forth and whatnot over there to support their efforts. That's when we started to train up the Afghani forces. That was the beginning, the birth, and the start of the Bin Ladens. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. It was you. Bush knocked down them towers.
I apologize, GC. I'm a black man in America, so when you say Charlie Wilson, I'm thinking about the singer. So I apologize.
I'm
No,
over
not
here
Charlie.
digging
That's
down
David
in my
Wilson.
head. I know you're tired. I swear to God, bro. I thought you started saying
I
shit, bro.
was wondering if I could take you out, show you a good time, invite you to my number. You should call me. And don't forget it, babe. The name is Charlie.
No. Congressman Charlie Wilson is what they call it. And there's actually a movie that you can watch. It was actually called Charlie Wilson's War. That was the first time I realized that one of the most powerful things in this world, if in this country, it's not this world, is a pissed off white woman with power. Because his wife lobbied that whole goddamn effort and made him do all that shit. Like, for real. But yeah, we started training them up then. This is like the 70s, bro. Like, we had been pushing this initiative over there.
No, I know. And the fucked up thing about it is his family were not happy about half of that shit. And the other crazy thing is the Bin Laden family outside of, Osama was real cool with the Bushes. That's the other fucked up thing that people forgot about. That's why he covered their ass after 9/11 happened. He went up, he got to Massachusetts and flew them to fuck somewhere. I don't know where he flew them to, but not in sight. That's all. Billy done told y'all to stay out of the bushes. We gonna fuck.
I mean, shored up the national debt, and that was the controversy.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna tell y'all now, man. This shit not gonna stop moving. Money still gonna get made. Gold still gonna get played. This shit exciting. I'm telling you, Trump gonna make this shit exciting before he go. This shit gonna be ill.
Quick question, guys. When do we, the people, get a chance to say that we don't want to participate in what's going on right now with this war? How do we get, is they, or just Congress, or the Supreme Court, do we get a chance to, no?
Never.
And by the way, when they do those polls that say who is against and who is for of the American people, have any of you guys gotten any surveys sent to your phone asking how you feel? So they could get a proper percentage? Where do they get these polling informations from? Have they sent anything to your phones or to your emails? Anybody?
A lot of these polls are not really scientific. They're kind of, I don't know, they're kind of ass. I don't know where they get these polls from because they never asked me.
Where they get that information from? Because I sometimes I'm listening to like different commentators speak about the percentage of Americans that want something or don't want something in regards to this. I was just wondering if they asked any of you guys, because I didn't get asked.
I went to something this past summer with an organization, people who I'm linked up with, and it was like a democratic thing, and Hakeem Jeffries was there, and like a lot of our politicians were there, and they did ask us about different things and different issues. We had different discussions and things like that, and we asked them where are they getting information from, and they said from some things like what we were doing, but we also questioned that as well. But yes, I was questioning a group of us. It was hundreds of people at this particular event.
Camille, what did you guys do? You guys were given a slip, and then you checked yes or no, like.
No, we went through different issues. I don't have a picture of it now. I took a picture of it, but I'm driving. But
it's a slip.
We had a series of questions, but we went through a series of different topics like economic issues, racial issues, this equity issue. We went down the list of different things. What were we satisfied with?
Did you submit something?
Yeah, we talked.
No, I know you talked, but did you submit an actual thing that's counted as a?
That could be counted as a response. Yes, we did.
Okay.
And we had some discussions, and it was recorded discussions. And people in each group of people talking, because it was different groups from all kinds of different.
Like a study group, like a
We were in breakout groups, basically,
right.
Like everybody going down a different series of events, and it was like a person sitting with each group
right.
to record each notes or whatever.
So the state that you are in, right? Even though they did that with your little group, do you think that your little group is enough representation for?
No, we didn't, and that's what we challenged. Like, we really was wondering how do we gauge like how many people they asking outside of our group, how many groups, and what did those groups represent of the people, like kind of along the lines that you have questioned, and we had those same questions even though we were in that group.
Well,
Because we didn't feel like that group represented every single person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does sound like there was some control, but just for that group, and it probably was a minimal representation, and that is the problem because y'all were right to ask that question.
And it was a good representation. I ain't gonna lie, it really was, but it still wasn't everybody that could have been represented.
What county was it?
Even if it was a focus group of like, even if it was a focus group of like 1,000 people meeting that day, and y'all got a slip, and in your state maybe they times it by whatever group that you are, times you like 300,000, and you're representing like these. This is unrealistic that they would be able to capture a percentage of us that. And I'm just even asking just people in this room, because before I came in, it said to me that it only have like 97 to 100 people in here, but you know there's mad more people in here than Clubhouse they'll let you see. But at the same time, if everybody in a space like this says that they were never submitted, only one person, Camille, come off her mic and said that she was a part of a focus group. If nobody else times 500,000 said that they weren't asked for their opinion of a yes or no, of agreeance or disagreeing, that's a fucking problem, son. That means that everybody literally is sitting at home on Clubhouse and other apps, feeling a ways, being expressive on those apps, and they not gauging none of the percentage of what we really feel about disagreements.
Why does feelings matter?
Why do your feelings matter?
I don't have. That's why.
Oh, you don't have. You. Okay, so since you don't have feelings, love, and I appreciate
I know that was
for
a
asking that.
Question. Why do
no,
you
it is. It is legitimate.
Why do you think the government cares about your feelings?
Right. So being that your feelings are illegitimate.
No, I asked you, why does the government
Guys,
care about
please,
your
I'm not trying to turn it into an argument. DJ,
Yes,
I understand why.
because I asked you a question.
Okay, so I understand. No, I'm not being disrespectful by asking you that. I'm showing you, and anyone that is listening, I agree with you asking me that. So when I ask you in return, and yours don't, look at how many people times whatever 500,000 like you that feel that way, that your feelings should not and do not have course of action in this country.
That's not what I said. I said I don't.
You didn't say that. I'm showing them that that's what that is.
No. You're saying shit I didn't say, and you just tried to spin it in order to correct
Oh
me.
my God. I'm not trying to argue with you, love. I'm definitely not trying to argue.
You come running narratives and you try and press shit on the room and shit. It's all cool, but I just asked you a simple question.
No, I get it. I get it.
Any narrative.
I get it. I get it. Butters, DJ saying he's a sociopath. That question doesn't apply to him. Which
I'm most definitely a sociopath.
Right. Got it.
So that's all I'm saying is that there are people that feel like him.
And if that's the case, then why, if it's inapplicable to you, then maybe she was talking about the people who actually do have feelings.
That's why I asked her a question about her. I said, why should the government care about your feelings? And then she asked me a question. That's how we even got there.
The way that you answered it was the way. Okay, so guys, please, let's not do this. The way that DJ answered it was explicit in making it known that there are some people that feel like him that know his feelings don't matter. But whereas
you
I
still
am
did
saying,
not answer my question. Why should the government care about your?
Because I am an American citizen, hun, and if you don't understand why, then wow. So me as an American citizen is not supposed to have feelings about my government? That's weird.
You can feel how you feel, but feelings don't move this world.
Right. And they actually do love, because human beings,
goddamn lie.
Human beings that participate in governance of their world that they're living in should be able to express that they feel a ways about how they're So if we all the way here in America, right? And this is not towards you, DJ. I'm not trying to do the argument thing. I'm not trying to spin a narrative. If feelings don't matter, why does America feel so harshly for the people of Iran? That's what our government is telling us.
That shit about the money.
I would disagree, and that's okay, but whatever.
That's what our government is telling us.
I do think your feelings matter, and I do think that movements have started based upon feelings. Countries have been shifted based upon feelings. And yeah. Now, on a grand scale, because your question started off as, do we have any say over all of this? And the short answer is, not unless we come together in massive numbers and begin to speak out in mass over this. Because Vietnam that's my litmus test, right? The needle started to move only years after a mass amount of people around the entire country gathered to demonstrate against the movements of Vietnam. But then we're talking large numbers, right? So individually, so much as the unit may not bear much weight overall in the system. A system is nothing more than individual units collectively coming as one. So when it becomes systemic, then you start moving needles.
Yeah, I mean, and because Vietnam was during the time it was, and information didn't move as fast as it did, like it does now, and we know a lot of shit like within the palm of our hands in seconds, right? We're able to express ourselves in a certain way. So, I mean, with that conversation, yeah, the government they're still gonna do what the fuck they want. That's fucked up, but they still should be looking at our feelings of it all because they work for us. Like, they literally work for us. And we get but so much to fire them, like we get to fire them every couple of years. That's about it. The president every 4 years, we get to fire his ass if we don't like what he was doing. And that's all we got. But that doesn't mean that the feelings weren't expressed during that long, lengthy amount of time. So, I mean, controlling for, like what people think, that shit is hard to do. Because you can't just go with volunteers because not everybody gonna want to press that button on the poll. So there you go with that. How do we really know what people? Where's the sample? What does the sample look like? It's all difficult. So I'm glad the question was asked during that room that you were in, that focus group, because it's a fucking very good question. Because I don't think any of this shit is really scientific, to be honest.
So I'm looking at Kashi, and it's like they asked, "Do y'all believe that the position of the supreme leader will be vacated, or will they end up replacing them with somebody else?" Like the supreme leader position, like the United States, same shit that they did back in Venezuela. We ended up positioning somebody over there, and then the next one who came in place, he didn't want to fall in line, so we see what ended up happening to him. Y'all think the U.S. gonna do the same thing in Iran?
But they already
That
have
may
somebody
possibly be
lined
the
up.
case, DJ. That may possibly be the case.
So they already have somebody lined up because they've already been grooming the person for the position. And it may not be the person that the U.S. and its allies want, but more than likely,
No,
if that
it's gonna be
person
somebody.
it's okay. More than likely, if they put that person there, I believe, I think his name is Ali. I'll get the name for you. I was hearing them talking about who would be up next. They have a succession of folks that they are ready to put in positions and position after taking out and taking out and taking out. So it's going to be a little while that we're in this. When I say a little while, it's going to be until the U.S. can actually get their whole claws into the Iranian people's hearts to love us.
So it may take, that question's kind of in the air right now. Because either you install a puppet leader or you have to set up a ridiculous system of conduits to support a democratic election in a very, very large and scattered ass country. And if you're going to do that, then you got like division it all the way down. It's a lot that goes into quote unquote democratizing a nation and having free and fair polls and shit, you know. So the easiest course, a puppet leader.
Yeah, I was about to say, geez, you're funny. You're real funny right there. Democracy? Oh shit.
But then, so that means they more than likely will end up vacating the supreme leader position, and then they're gonna end up calling the position something else.
If that happens, though, DJ, will be the day you know that America has been successful in Iran. Is when they don't have the that supreme leader title anymore.
I don't believe the supreme leader title was like an actual government title. I believe that was like they've been under tyranny for years. I think that was always an assumed position.
The word you
Like
want to use is
when
democracy.
they don't have
You said
that
they've been.
supreme
You
leader.
said the word I want to use is what?
I don't remember hearing you
Democracy.
say.
You said democracy.
Oh no.
Theocracy.
I can't hear you.
Theocracy.
People keep talking. That's why I keep on asking.
Oh, sorry. I apologize. Yeah, theocracy.
Theocracy. I got you.
Once they get rid of the theocracy of
Oh my God, I'm playing Civilization.
like once they get rid of that and that title no longer exists, they're gonna say that Iran is free and they've got a democratic society.
Yeah, because they already done assigned a new guy, from what I understand. But in the midst of that time frame where it took them, the time to come up with who's going to take on this new position, from what I read, the IRGC hardliners control the country. If the supreme leader is not in control, so they would have to fuck the IRGC up before they put a puppet in there. They're not just going to go for somebody saying, okay, I'm your new leader, and now you follow my military orders. Like, it's not going to be that simple.
Yeah, it's like
Because he had a lot of loyalists inside of that the army.
That's a fact. It's like transplanting an organ into a body. Like the body has to accept the organ. You can't just put any organ into any body. The body will just reject it if it's not the right one.
It's looking, it's like those people over there are not fucking with us. That they do not. The way it's look, I don't know what everybody else been watching, but looking at the way that those crowds of people feeling about what's going on and saying still death to America, death to this and that, they're not really fucking with what we doing like that. Have you guys seen that, or am I bugging out? Like,
the problem is overgeneralized. I mean, who the fuck knows how people feel en masse in Iran? I mean, certainly all people in Iran, 93 million people, aren't standing as one in consensus with one another. So you're going to have sentiments on both sides of this exchange. And that's the problem now. Depending on which news outlet you look at, that's the lens that they're going to show you then. But it's hard to tell, you know. It's really hard to say how they feel about shit over there.
It's so interesting you said that too, G, because whenever the Americans have protests, are we presented as if it's not exactly what we're saying to the rest of the world?
Depends on who's broadcasting the message.
Right. And so now that you know who, the Ellisons just bought Paramount and Warner Brothers, right? Did y'all know?
Yeah, and CNN's hidden and all the acquisitions that they have as well. So everybody's talking about their favorite fucking shows, but we really don't have any news outlet that isn't favorable to the weirdos of the world.
Right. So we was upset about the TikTok thing. Whoever was upset about CBS and all that. We started seeing the purchasing of all of these outlets, and then just last week now, the big deal is the Warner Brothers and Paramount and all its subsidiaries been purchased by the same folks. This is weird fucking science now. So like whatever we're being shown, if it's not like totally independent of that, is I'm gonna use DJ's words, it's a narrative being spun. Who can you trust?
You know what's wild? I'm not sure how many people are from the city of New York, but you know, Warner Brothers, their headquarters is literally in the Paramount building. So this was like a deal that was already going to go down, and it's unfortunate because again, we're shrinking media outlets, which is going to cause what?
Cause more and more independent outlets, and it's going to cause for more people to have a passion for finding out things on their own instead of trusting the regular bigger outlets, or at least questioning the bigger outlets. And there's got to be a space for that. So I don't know if you guys remember when Jen Psaki passed her torch on to what's that character from The Simpsons with the big hair, Krusty?
Yeah, Krusty the Clown.
Yeah, Kareem Jean Pierre, Sideshow Bob. Right. So when she passed her crown on to Kareem Jean Pierre to report all of everything the way that they needed to, now all of a sudden, I don't know if y'all followed Kareem Jean Pierre through the fucking shucking and jiving, but now that she's no longer there, she's on the independent party. She separated herself. She's writing books. She's moved away from being that person that supported this and that. This is a fucking circus at this point. Will there be a people's party? And they've even got me doubting Cornel West at times throughout this whole thing. A lot of people can't even tell anymore who the spook that sat by the door is from the fucking the Black Klansman. This is problematic. It's really, really bad now because we're torn in a way where those numbers of percentages that I spoke about earlier, what your opinion is, what your emotion is, really nobody knows the numbers because of who's going to be reporting it. Thanks, Kareem Jean Pierre. You're a really trusted agent. those that's looking like you in the nappiest version anymore. Those be the ones.
A major thing too that's a difference in the deals for Paramount versus Netflix is when Netflix is trying to buy it, they planned on spinning off like a Discovery Global, and that included CNN. So they were going to sell it. I mean, well, maybe not sell it, but acquire it and allow them to operate as their own entity. But with the Paramount deal, it's just an acquisition. There is no plan to spin it off. So essentially, if you look at it from like a macrocosm, CNN and TikTok are owned by the same company. And I don't know if that's objectively weird, but you could make up your own, I guess, fantasies about how that could be and how that impacts what you can say and the news that you share.
Bobby, did you ever see what happened after CBS got purchased and Barry Weiss was put into power?
Yeah, the whole Stephen Colbert thing where they're not allowed to air certain things or restrictions to the time and things of that nature.
Not just that, but they actually fired mad black people from the whole shit.
Did they keep the happy ones?
Yo, even the happy ones got cut.
So they fired mad and happy black people?
Unhappy and unhappy. As long as you was looking like that, you were there, shorty. Like, there was no room for you anymore because they needed it to be fully clean slated.
Yeah. Remember, we all look the same. It don't matter what our facial expression.
So, like, you can't tell who's the good from the bad black that's gonna work for the situation. But, you know, if they're able to socially credit score you in the early stages and look through all of your history, like if they looked at everything I did, I'm never going to get on. Ever, never, never. Never, never, never. I might be able to finesse a situation, but even all of y'all, they could go back and clip a piece of something that you might have said in here. Clubhouse is the ultimate of potential censorship gagger. For if you think that this and other apps is not trying to fake, they easily just let me get her profile. What's her real name? Oh, you mean they don't need to dox you. They just go in there, little private shit. They sitting over in their little offices, look you up, blah blah blah. Oh, look what she said this one time. That no, this is not an alliance with blah blah blah. And she don't pay this bill. What? Oh, as a matter of fact, I don't put anything past them at all anymore from the things. I seen them go to this lady house in Florida and knock on her door. And she filmed it. They knocked on her fucking door and was like, we just need you to stop saying this. Because we just want to make sure that it's you that said it. She's like, I'm not going to tell you that it's me that said it. I never told you that I said anything. Show me what you said. They couldn't show her. They said, well, did you say this on that day? They're like, do you know? She said, do you know that that's me that said that? She's like, listen, don't come back here anymore. I never said I said that. And even if I did say that, why are you here? That's how they moving now. So any of you guys got family that's working for those agencies that's knocking on people's doors, like, maybe we need to just infiltrate those things that are knocking on people's doors. Because I clearly remember during COVID, they came and knocked on the door to ask everybody in my house if they got the shot. Do you guys remember this? Or did that happen in your town? Am I the only one that happened to? Because they came.
Not at all. Motherfuckers was not knocking on
They had contact and okay, well let me tell you.
They had contact and trace agents here in New York City. And it was a whole little agency that they made little jobs for people.
Walk into y'all doors, or y'all supposed to have 6 feet of separation?
Yes, they had people come contact. It's called contact and trace, and they came to knock on people's doors to ask them if they got the COVID shot.
I had a partner doing COVID. Now my door wasn't knocked on, but they did have a door campaign that they were going out to see if people needed the shot, where they actually had mobile medical people out to give people the shot if they wanted the shot during COVID. Yes, like going to people doors. But again, nobody ended up at
Fuck
mine.
to Israel. Fuck to Trump. Fuck you. Fuck
You
you,
waited all
Israel.
this goddamn time to get on the stage and you gonna fuck up. Get back to the goddamn audience. Go ahead.
It's Clubhouse. You gotta let them live, though.
This motherfucker waited all that goddamn time to get on the stage and then he gonna have his 3.5 seconds. Get your ass back down there.
But yeah, it might not have been in everybody's state or town, but they were definitely doing that. And so, picture if you can't get a job, right? But they got this new posting, a position that's gonna give you $40,000 a year part time to go throughout your week and go knock on somebody's door and ask them, "Did you get the? Did you?" They got jobs like that. They could create. They're gonna say they did job creation. They create. This administration has created all these jobs.
Yeah, y'all know how people was getting all this funding and stuff during COVID for certain things. This particular partner got a lot of funding for quote unquote outreach, you know, and she did hire temporary people to do these said jobs. I don't know if they were 40,000, but they were like jobs for people to do temporarily to go out to doors, you know, knock on people's doors.
Reinstate them again to come around for the next joint. But at the same time, like, it's a real thing that they can, people want to be able to survive through this thing that we're in. And if they do create the jobs and then now you're able to, how do you think them ICE agents got their jobs in less than 12 weeks training?
Yeah, it was like COVID response funds or something. Like, do y'all remember, did y'all have any jobs or business partners who got like this said funding during COVID, like to do extra certain provisions or certain things or projects, anything to get people to take the shot?
Not that shit, but I ain't paid rent for like a year and a half. Not that much.
Yeah, it might have been like something for that to allow assistance with that or something. It was just like a rapid response fund. Like a lot of people got it to do programming and support around COVID.
Every time I want sushi, sushi don't want me.
Smell funny and then you don't want it no more, or like you, it just ain't available.
They're closed on Sundays.
No roughness for you.
But no, Camille, I mean, there were a lot of businesses offering incentives, you know, pizza and shit. They offering like fucking cruise ships, games, even though niggas couldn't travel.
Yeah, even with that, like people were offering things even to get people coming, like to keep breath into their businesses and certain things. So yeah, stuff like that too. There was a lot going on, like during that time with that funding though.
We were all part of the biggest
Wait, so
experiment ever.
I know I should have started the damn medical business in 2019. I would have got hella funding. I know that.
Right, and then you could just act like you gave everybody the shot, and then they just fucking exit out.
Giving niggas saline water and shit. Y'all notice like around COVID, like mental health became a big thing. Like during and after COVID, like these talks and certain things around mental health and detaching from the stigmas and stuff like that was a big thing. So I did like a lot of work during that time, like for wellness, for mental health too. So like it was like COVID outreach, getting people to get shots, recording who did, who didn't, why, educating, having workshops about it. Then it was like other stuff where it was mental health things and events and stuff that people was having online and in person um, during and after that time. lot of funding around that.
Around the COVID time when they was letting all the mental health people out of the lockup centers here in Brooklyn, there was a lot of fuckery going on here in New York. Twice around the corner from me, there was a couple of people that was walking buck naked on the street. Just literally walking buck naked on the fucking street on Flatbush fucking Junction, kid. They let all the insane people out.
Yeah, they shut down a lot of those places. I know out here they started early, and they would just letting people out that have a lot of issues. I would say they were just roaming. Actually, they turned some of those mental health institutions into apartment complexes.
Dang, that's crazy. They let crazy people in?
No, they let them niggas out. They be on public transportation. I mean, like, I don't know if anybody noticed that, especially if you.
Yeah, like bigger cities.
Yeah. They've always been individuals on public transportation, but now it's like it's just like a extreme increase.
But they hang out at like the club for them.
Is there anyone on the stage that thinks that if there could be ballistics headed to America, are any of you guys worried that it will be in your city?
I'm not worried. We got, I'm in an open carriage day.
This nigga said,
What are you gonna do with the wait?
We got guns.
You said we're in an open carry state. You're gonna shoot at you.
Hey, I'm from Florida, man. I'm from Florida, man.
Did you hear what she said though? She asked about a new game.
Bobby,
I'm thinking about ballistics, and he said he's gonna open carry. You're gonna shoot a bomb.
You're gonna shoot a bomb, huh? Yeah, man. We out there, we gonna win that shit. My money on New York. Not that I wish it was, but I'm just saying, like.
Money's on New York too. I'm worried for New York City. I'm worried for New York. I fear for
my mom. Hey, brothers, my mom just asked me that same question earlier. She was like, how far are we
you
from
got your
DC?
mom's on Clubhouse?
No. I'm just saying, like, I have these conversations in real life. Like, and then people eventually they come around, they start talking about it. But she was like, because, living here close to DC, I mean, that's something I always think about. I'm like, people don't understand radius.
I worry for the DMV. I worry for New York.
I mean, I'm not like saying, no, this is, I mean, it's not, of course, you just, but naturally, if
This
you live
nigga
close
said,
to
why
DC.
y'all worried? Nigga, did you not see what the fuck happened to the World Trade Center in Twin?
That was us.
I mean, yeah, because we experienced it out just like New York experienced the Twin Towers. Like, we experienced, because out here, like where I live, we had the DC sniper like happened right here down the street from me. The last one we had the
Hey, we were so
my glitch.
damn hurt when we found out.
And Mike, you're in the Matrix, and
Am I in the Matrix too?
No, you can be heard, but G was in the Matrix.
No, I was just saying because I've been out here. We experienced the planes flying into the Pentagon. Excuse my back. People always doing like when the plane. I don't believe. No, that actually was a car. He was doing the most, going nowhere.
DC sniper.
No. So we had a DC sniper.
We were so saddened to find out that one the white dude.
I mean, I'm trying to tell you, but even that could hold on. Even that conspiracy. But look, remember that conspiracy. If you follow Chief Moose, who actually was in the same, wasn't they in the same, like, they were together, like they knew each other, the sniper and the police chief of Montgomery County. And then it was so interesting, that gentleman ended up moving to like Hawaii, where he became like a big chief. And I'm like, damn, Hawaii, Barack Obama, but I mean, maybe I'd be thinking too much.
Why y'all
But,
worried though, man? Like,
who's worried? We're just having a conversation.
No, somebody did say they were worried. I'm trying to figure out why.
But
Everything that happened on this soil.
I'm trying to figure out why you
fuck
didn't finish his sentence, though.
I know, like that.
I know.
He's talking about Barack Obama in Hawaii.
Okay, so that meant you should cut me
Go
off.
ahead, O'Dane. Yeah, go ahead, O'Dane. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I'm saying out here we experience like so many different things, like living in this area. So I think that's something that we've always thought about, living closer to, to the capital, because the aspect of a radius, because I'm not far from the capital, but driving is far. But in the aspect of radius wise, very close.
Oh, you'll be fine.
Nah, I'm not. I know what's. Hold on. Why the fuck you saying I'm being fine? I'm not being scared. Like, I'm just having a conversation. Like, the fuck, I'm not being scared. You gotta understand the perspective of radius. Blue ain't nobody. You don't. Y'all don't know what the fuck a radius is? Like, why y'all thinking I'm being ignorant?
Oh, dang. No, we get what you're saying.
No, first, before you ask your question, I was going to answer too. I'm not a superstitious person, but unfortunately, 25 years ago, when 9/11 happened, I work in the same goddamn area, right, that I did 25 years ago right now, and that shit spooks me the fuck out. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I get nervous as fuck thinking about all of this. Like, I'm not much of a nervous person, but this shit got me weird.
Calm down. Don't have a chakra attack.
Come on, man. Let me get next, man.
It's gonna be all right.
Calm down. Look. So next question in chat that from St. Louis.
What's up, guy?
So some open fire on civilians and shit like that, and they say it's linked to the whole Iran shit, right? And which is what I was asking earlier. Like, y'all think with that whole border shit that was going on, that we got sleep cells on our soil, and y'all think we're gonna activate that? No, you're not taking it supreme. The supreme, whatever religious leader was taken out. Like, y'all think that shit's gonna play out? Y'all think we gonna see an attack on our soil or not?
They're playing it
You
up.
got sleeper cells.
The nigga came out with a fucking sweatshirt that said "Property of Allah." Like, hey, y'all could say everything else is fake, but it's just so interesting that happens, right? And when it happens, when Christians do it, like, nobody's crying out that we have these sleeper cells and all that. They were just, going through a tough time and all that, and we should be compassionate with those people. So they're quick to play up the T word. They're quick to play up the T word when it's a person of color. But one of the craziest things that ever happened, a white man blew up a whole block in Nashville, and they talk about no terrorism. So for now, that's just another mass shooting. That's just another day in the U.S. Yeah. The fact that he had that sweatshirt on makes it like that's a little on the nose, in my opinion.
Yeah, so I just want to go back to the same question, right? So
I'm saying it's possible. We don't know though. It just makes it seem that way.
Okay, so the possibilities don't make something outright. So why are people in America scared? Like, we gotta stop pretending. Like, everybody, I kind of get like a fear mongering state, and then some people, I think they're opposed to the ideal of America while being American citizens. I'm really not scared of nothing happening on this soil, because I know I live in a country that if anything happens on this soil, everybody gotta die. It's like it's over. It's game over. They come on anything, we will blow up men, women, and children.
So you forgot about 9/11, nigga?
9/11 was us. 9/11 was us. Can y'all please stop saying 9/11? We did that.
So our own country kills people, and you think,
So wait. You want to say 9/11 was us?
So that shit was cool.
If you say 9/11 was us, right? I'm not saying. Yeah, for sure. That, right? So you saying that you don't think that our country would allow niggas to come over here and violate, and then you go to war? So you saying it's okay if some of us get demolished as long as we eliminate the threat? Like, that's a fair trade-off? Like, cool. So the people that you're talking about, they're not in power right now. So if they were in power, yeah, I would say, hell no, we need to stand down.
They are in power.
Hold on, I got you, no problem. I didn't cut nobody off. The people we have in power now, yes, I'm willing to play and bet with them that they're going to do everything to ensure our safety. Yeah, the Biden, Kamala, Democrat, nah, we need to go ahead and just mind our business. But with these people in the office right now,
Gosh, you guys are just
hey, saying is a guy that's willing to he's doing right now. Y'all see what he did in Venezuela. You see what they're doing in Iran. Hey, all I'm saying is I'm willing to stand behind this guy, and let's go to war. Let's do what we got to do. Man.
There you go.
Hey, man.
Nigga, have you ever served?
Hey, y'all was gonna say,
Yes. My whole family military.
What branch?
Re-enlist.
No, we got to list. Hey, have y'all done anything?
No. I'm asking you, what branch did you serve? If so, we appreciate your service. What branch?
I served in the secret space force back in the
Space Force. That's why.
The Kitover cracker killers.
This is
It don't matter.
This is stolen valor. No, this is stolen
It
valor.
don't matter.
This
The Kitover cracker
did not
killers.
serve.
in the age regression program.
Glad all you niggas gonna be on the phone line.
What was your MOS, Pedro?
Yeah, the Kitover cracker killers. But listen, they cannot take us away.
Pedro, what was your MOS?
Yesterday. Yesterday.
Nah, man, that's not a good troll, man. That's like
That shit
you just lied and said that you, man. Oh my God.
Because who cares? Because who
cares?
Bro, National Guard get more action than the Space
Oh my God.
I get you.
No, he lied. These are the motherfuckers that in the Space Force.
Listen, who cares? That doesn't indicate what I'm saying.
Who cares?
Like,
Wow. Crazy.
I told you I was on the Kitover cracker killers. I told you.
Bro,
First infantry.
you've never
First infantry.
You probably
Kitover
never
cracker
been
killers.
fights, nigga. Like, let's go.
Now I got to fight.
I asked him what his
Yes,
MOS
nigga.
was. He ain't even
You talking about let's go to war?
I haven't been in a street fight either. Ooh, I'm a gun owner. Hey, what?
You're not gonna pick up a gun and fight.
I'm a gun owner now. I'm in Florida.
I don't
We
give a
outside.
fuck.
We live.
It's niggas who got guns for busting, bro.
Well, I do all the time. I just took my son. I just took my son to the gun range. My son and my daughter both. My son and daughter can both shoot. Yeah. You see,
No, bro.
you see how they, Smurf. You see how they went way that way? Like, come on, we talking about politics and shit. They get mad at me. Can I have my own opinion?
No.
I can't have opinion. Oh, this is an echo chamber, group thing.
You said earlier once.
Yes, I was there earlier.
Whatever.
Nigga.
I can't hear everybody, but I hear what y'all saying, right? But ain't nothing we can do about him lying, but
Yeah, that's a
Let's go kill people.
Let's do it. Let's go to war. Okay, and we still should go kill people. So yes, your point is made. Damn.
Niggas like you shouldn't have an opinion on
No, I don't have to. My financial situation doesn't make me go to the army. I have to.
It's a huge. Somebody asked if you serve. I know, man. Just fuck. That's crazy. That you're gonna sit up here and be like, yeah, let's go to fucking war. Let's kill all these motherfuckers, and then lie about your service as if that's gonna give you some credibility. Because like maybe okay, look, let's talk about it from a service person standpoint. But that motherfucker never fucking served. So everything else, you just lied to us this whole goddamn time. Everything out of his goddamn mouth is a lie.
My question to you, G, if it gives him. If he lies
about it,
Every last word, G.
Hold on. If he lies about it to get credibility, if he says no, honestly, does it take away from his point?
No, that's what I'm saying. Hold on a second.
So if it doesn't, then
hold on. I gotta answer the fucking question. Shit. If you don't lie, you never really do anything to ruin your credibility.
I'm a liar. So what?
The weight and the gravity of one statement can be measured independently. But as soon as you lie, especially a major lie that you didn't have to make, to fucking everything that you say.
Lawyers be lying every day.
Dude, it was the troll. Listen, do you see how people are put into everything?
Hold on. It's the troll.
Wait.
to be fair, he was.
I literally said, hold on, listen.
No, they said, the question was, did you serve?
Yeah. No.
That was only after. That comment came only after people were like, nah, motherfucker, you ain't never fucking served. And then he came back with the troll or the quote-unquote joke that he made after that to justify the shit because he got caught. Had nobody called him out on that shit, then it's just as, yes, I served.
Dude, wait, bro. Hold on, Paul. Gee, there's people into me. I'm not a military guy. What are we talking about?
Hold on, Pedro. I hear what you're saying, G, but when you answered, and that's why I was like, what the fuck is that? You said, somebody said, did you serve? You said, yeah. And they said, somebody asked him immediately, What? He said the Cucamonga.
No, bro. I'm the one who asked him. The first response he came out was my.
You said the Space Force.
Space Force. Nigga.
Yes.
That's the actual military branch.
Yes.
Nigga came off mic and lied.
Yes, and then I asked him, hold on.
You got
and then I asked him, and then I asked, no, it's not. Then I asked what his MOS was. Motherfucker didn't even know what the fuck that was. And then he came with the quote unquote troll, the Cucamonga, whatever, man. Like, no, man.
When he said Space Force,
No, wait, I was in the secret Space Force. That's a different Space Force.
Wait. Yo, DJ. Wait, DJ. No, it's cool. Everybody has a different system. I think a lot of shit funny. Listen. Okay, so DJ, I think it's funny that niggas were crying that fucking Jesse Jackson died. I might. Okay, so listen.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so DJ.
You think it's funny till he's face to face with the Draco standing in front of you.
Listen, DJ. I could be a bitch. I could be funny motherfucker. Cool. But yes, it is. To me, it is. Okay, cool. So what does that take away from my point? I don't care. Like y'all do a lot of bashing of names. I don't. And guess what? Somebody said I'm not a military guy. I'm a gunner. I shoot all the time. But I'm not poor enough to have to go to the military. Yeah, I'm not poor. Why would I go to the military? My family okay.
Said I'm not poor.
Yeah.
Why would I go to the military? This sound like
Exactly. I mean, I'm not poor. I can't be. I'm not a military guy.
Hey, would you say any of that standing face to face with a serviceman?
Yes, I don't give a fuck, nigga. Wait, who do you think you is? A serviceman? Whoa, so now y'all a gang. Yo, get the fuck out of here, man. Back to the topic. Back to the topic in politics. Hey, yo, landslide.
That is actually on topic. The gang.
They can't have.
They are.
Listen, y'all can't have a logical conversation where two people have different opinions. I don't. Listen, G. Guess what? You're in the military. I don't give a fuck.
You're just a liar.
So why you so butthurt?
You're just a liar.
Yo, I don't care, bro. I'm a liar. Hey, y'all, listen. Pedro is a liar. Hold on, wait. Pedro is a liar. Cool.
Admitting you're a liar doesn't make you not a liar.
But hold on. But it does state the fact that I don't care. So let's move on in the conversation. Like my president is a liar.
If you cared, you wouldn't be lying.
Okay, so why do y'all care?
Jacob, that was on point, Jacob.
I'm
not saying you just keep yelling and lying shit like, bro, we can just decide not to converse with liars. I like that a lot better.
That's actually what I'm on right there.
Yeah, like, how about fuck the liars?
Yeah, that's right, man. I'm there. I'm totally there.
Yo, G, I just find it wild when a person from South Carolina, which the city of something is in and has bases in it, will lie like that, and damn well probably has family in the military. You know you got family in the military.
It's crazy.
Living in South
I grew up
Carolina.
on Catholic Jones.
And I'll answer
crazy
his
to lie
question
about.
too. He said, "Why are you butthurt?" Well, because, all right, I'm a dove at heart. I am. I don't believe in. I don't like going to war. I understand the necessity at times for it. But at the end of the day, I got actually a lot of fucking respect for our servicemen. Like, they do shit and they're willing to commit their lives to doing shit that the average person won't even dream of being close to doing, dog. And I got respect for that, just so another nigga can live comfortably. I have an immense amount of respect for that. So when somebody comes out the gate and they just like lying about that shit, it's just, to me, honestly, I feel about the same way as the person who comes in like flaunts my band of fraternity or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, we went through all these rites and rituals and passages and whatever your thoughts on those are aside.
It's just like that, G. That shit is serious.
You're taking away somebody's valor. You minimize the shit out of a righteous course of life. That's why I'm butthurt about the shit. That's why I'm like, nah, bro. I can't fuck with that shit, man. No, you knowing that good and goddamn well, he would never go in front of us. Hey, get in front of one of them goddamn swole ass Marines who eat crayons and say that shit in front of me.
Does the president get the same respect? That's what I want to know.
No.
Oh, okay. Which colored crayons am I gonna get?
Crazy. Hold on.
Do the president got military service?
Right.
The president got military service.
No, because y'all started talking about clubs.
He went to a military school, bro.
Y'all started talking clubs and fraternities, and the president's in one of the highest fraternities, the fucking president of the United States.
Oh my God.
Nigga, that's
Landslide,
not the
wait,
same.
hold on. Hold on, wait a second. slide. You couldn't be farther from the. You couldn't be farther off, man. I was talking about as if someone were to say that they were a part of a fraternity, having gone through the right.
Fair enough.
Okay. Now, does the president get the same respect? No. I like that old 70s adage that they used to chant all the time. I'm not against the war. I'm not against the soldiers. I'm against the people who are unnecessarily committing you to go out there and put your life on the line for some shit that you don't otherwise need to put your life on the line for. Does the president get the same respect? Fuck no. Is that nigga picking up a goddamn rifle and getting his ass out there and talking about this is my rifle, this is my gun? Hell no, he ain't.
The president ain't black.
He's got a button and a staff. No, he don't get the same respect.
Usually we don't have a president that can actually see war. I think that shit very rare, bro.
It is very rare. Well, in these days, it's very rare.
George Washington. George Washington.
Eisenhower was decorated. What?
Yeah, we less than 5 presidents who actually fought in war. We don't put the.
Oh, George Washington. Okay, yeah.
That's right.
George Washington shit was funny. All right.
Yeah, trying to anybody in a situation who went and seen battle, went to go protect people, and that's why I went to PTSD. Like, I ain't grouping nobody in that shit with the motherfuckers, but them motherfuckers, bro.
Right.
And I'm a dependent on people, bro. My dad is that nigga a little bit off the top because he done served in several countries, bro. People come here and say that shit, like I'm willing to go fuck you up over that shit, bro. Because I've had backlash from all types of crazy shit that this country done put my people through. Literally, my bloodline. And you gonna come up in here and you gonna disrespect all that shit, all the shit that our people done for this country, bro. I'll punch you in your fucking neck. I'm my mama.
You know, the crazy thing is how the current president, right, he makes a mockery of the military himself, right, even though he's the commander-in-chief, which is why G's correct, why he shouldn't get the respect, because the motherfucker changed the department that these soldiers are under from the Department of Defense to the Department of War. I mean, it still is the Department of Defense, you know, but he changed it to the Department of War. And I'll just add crimes at the end of that war. But that's what he did. Right? So are you saying that we got soldiers just to go to war, or are we supposed to have soldiers to defend the country? Which one is it?
They're supposed to defend the country and be ready to go to war at any time. You're supposed to be willing to defend against enemies, domestic and foreign, at any point in time. Not to push up a fucking button, have a motherfucker pick up a phone call and say, go. You're supposed to be willing and ready to go. That is what you sign up for when you enlist.
That's a good stretch.
TTG, nigga, train to go.
Let me tell y'all something. We don't promote cap in this room at all.
Yeah, get him, Dollar.
Yeah, this ain't the time when you got 500 people in here wanting to know the truth, and you lying about anything right now, y'all in here. The crazy part is. The crazy part is
Hold on.
Yeah, about 500 people
Let
out there.
Let Bertrand
man. Stage,
yeah,
you
like
gonna lie about
Yeah,
I mean,
now
you
all
could
of
be
a sudden
wrong.
niggas got a
you could
quest
be
for the
wrong.
truth.
No, you could be wrong about something, right? You know, they just be like, wait,
Niggas was pulling 10 points on their fucking Instagram.
Hey, one mic on Bertrand. Let that serviceman speak, bro.
The only thing, I'm gonna be quick. I've been noticing it's a lot of people who, like, at the age to fight, they're so thirsty for other people to go fight, and they including themselves, like, yeah, we gonna go fight, we gonna go do this. And nigga, you of age to go do the shit, and you sitting at home clipping your toenails and shit. Like, that's some pussy ass shit.
Take
Like,
your
how
ass
y'all
out there and pick it up,
bro? That shit blow my goddamn mind, bro.
Wake that
Yo, get that, yo.
Stop clipping your toenails,
That's the
nigga.
same point I was on.
Stop
You
clipping
gotta
your
have some
toenails.
karma, because when you clip your toenails and that shit, that said everything.
Nah, that's not how that works, bro.
That's how that works. That's how this works. That's what we doing.
If I pay niggas to go to war, I can tell them where to go to.
You don't pay no motherfucking body.
My tax dollars.
No, you don't. The military-industrial complex got their own budget, bro.
My tax
The
dollars.
military-industrial complex got their own budget. You don't pay for the military, bro.
The government uses my tax dollars for defense, which includes the military.
No, they don't.
Oh my God, bro, that's
Hey, let's Google it.
At the end of the day, that's
Yeah,
what
we
we
gonna
can shit, bro. Respectfully.
Let's just Google it. Let's Google it. Let's Google it. Let's stop all that.
You fighting Nate. You hit the gym and you lift weights and all this shit. Go and take your ass to the recruiting office. Sign your ass up.
The U.S.
and
government
lace your
uses
boots up.
hold on. The U.S. government uses a significant portion of federal tax dollars to fund the military. With defense spending makes with defense spending.
Federal tax dollars. Federal tax dollars, right?
Hold on. It says yes. The U.S. government uses a significant portion of federal tax dollars to fund the military, with defense spending making up approximately 13 to 20% of the total federal budget.
Did it say that came from citizens' income tax?
Oh my, bro, it's tax.
No, be specific with your questions, bro.
So where does the federal get its tax dollars? Where does the government get its tax dollars from, man?
From several fucking places, bro. Corporations as well.
Where did they get their tax dollars? What is a tax? What is
from taxable events, nigga?
And do citizens contribute to taxable events? Yes or no?
Repeat your question. I couldn't hear you.
Do citizens contribute to taxes? Yes or no?
They contribute a portion of the taxable events that are made in this country.
So that's the point. Is that citizens pay for the military, along with other shit too. So if a citizen
that shit voluntary, nigga. That shit voluntary.
If a citizen is paying,
it's voluntary.
The same way they could go.
That's like giving a donation. You don't get to tell people what to do.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't. You donate to my charity. You don't get to tell me what to do, nigga. Taxes is voluntary. It's a donation. Y'all niggas got you pay and shut the fuck up then if that's how you feel.
Hold on. So I can do that with the politicians, but I can't do that with the military. That don't make no sense. So
it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense.
I want you to.
You don't give uneducated niggas the ability to tell people what to do with fucking guns.
Bro, that's the way the system is set up. But at the end of the day, the tax dollars are being contributed by the system.
Yeah, I'm only talking about the reality. Y'all talking about the way it should be.
No, that's the way it is. What are you talking about? It's representation. That's literally the way it is. That's the whole point of the voting system. Is that somebody in there is going to represent my interest and tell whatever it is, whether it's the military, whether it's the Department of Education, whatever it is, they're going to tell them what to do that aligns with my goals. And I'm going to fund them to go do it.
You mean your goals as a citizen or your goals as a lobbyist or a corporation?
My goals as a citizen. That's a whole.
Oh no, fuck your goals.
Nah, it's not fuck my goals.
Fuck your goals as a citizen.
It's not. It can't be fuck
it's
your
the
goals.
corporation and the lobbyist who goals we care about.
That's a
I'm here to keep it real. If you talking about how it should be, I'm telling you what.
If we keep it in the buck, both
matter. Your goals and your.
Now we're keeping it fucking both matter. Where's 50 Cent?
That's not. That's funny, Jacob.
Yo, why y'all talking? Come on, man. What's wrong with y'all? Can we talk?
We're not arguing, bro. Understand when a motherfucker arguing when a motherfucker not, bro.
Yeah, we're not arguing.
Y'all just going back and forth, huh? Okay, I hear
like you do on a daily basis.
I hear
Especially you, turquoise.
Bro, don't ever call me that. Except
I'm gonna keep calling you that. I'm gonna keep calling you turquoise, nigga.
No, only the girls can call me that. Don't be over here.
You just found out he was African. Now you over here talking with him.
I am. Niggas know where I'm from. Niggas know my background. What are you talking about?
You know where you're from, nigga.
I do know where I'm from. I promise you. Oh God. I speak language. I understand 3 different dialects and I speak 2 different languages. I'll let you, boy. Don't play with me, boy. Yeah, bilingual.
I'm fucking with you.
Getting a little mad, boy.
Man, we mad over some shit that's really commonplace because it's a mixture of both government spending, taxpayer dollars, and budgets globally when it comes to defense on military. Because there's other countries that literally buy and contract the U.S. military. Why do you think Blackwater exists? Blackwater is not even the real name no more. They changed the name. So, man,
somebody else told these motherfuckers. It's probably corpse paying for that shit.
Like Big Dog, it's a situation of all combination of all the above. It's one of the all the above type of answers. No different than yesterday when I told y'all about On This. And On This is about to be the next Palantir, and everybody done pretty much done snoozed on it where they ain't even paying attention. Where Palantir was one of the biggest plays and runners. Anything that's involved with proprietary data, cloud, all this infrastructure, y'all in the tech industry, y'all selves. I'm not even in the tech industry. I can be able to see how middleware technology is going to be used for agentic AI and making sure that the damn AI don't hallucinate and fuck off any kind of productivity that AI is supposed to give naturally. So nobody's not wrong. Landslide ain't wrong. DJ ain't wrong. It's a combination of both. Why do you think quantitative easing in the Federal Reserve and this infinite money printing exists led to deficits? Because they can't get the tax receipts in order to cover the cost. Simple as that.
Yes, because niggas not creating enough taxable events in order to fund the military, so you gotta bring in real money.
Well, you gotta create jobs for that. A lot of the time,
Thank you. Niggas not making jobs to pay for
if you're not creating the jobs, then the tax base don't expand where you can cover all these grandiose ideas, green energy initiatives, defense spending, healthcare sector. Healthcare sector is going to get $6 trillion by the end of the decade. And that's because of AI and because of what you see of Stargate, Abilene, Texas. And we need to have the conversations of a lot of your backyard is going to have new data centers ready to be built, or you already have a new data center ready to be built. Did you buy into the surrounding land? Did you buy the cheap land lots that's $1,000 that's in Baltimore City right now? A lot of y'all in the DMV in this room, I noticed. So, yeah. It has to be an opportunity where you guys have to figure out what the hell is in your location, because most people are about to be pushed out. Most people will be pushed out and gentrified, no matter if we're talking about the DC area or the Atlanta 25 belt line. But you know,
I mean, well, when that does.
So what you gonna do, man? You sound like
what I'm gonna do?
Sound like
you want to know what I'm gonna do?
You sound like you up.
What? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna keep buying land, bro. While everybody's distracted, while everybody. You said what I'm gonna do. So at least let me tell you what I'm gonna do.
You're the only one.
Can I tell you what? No.
Yeah, so tell us. Give us the
And yo, can you get a little bit closer to the mic?
Can I give you the source right now? You damn.
Can I give you the source?
What was that ticker? What was that stock ticker? ONDICE. You know the ticker?
ONDS. They already got an Indian defense contract for about $10 million. So that is all AI autonomous drones. Now the solution for everybody is to finally look at what's going on in your land lots in Zillow, buy the land, either buy tax deeds or find cheap land lots that's in the location, find land that's nearby 30, 40 minutes away from the city, like how it is in Fulton County, Gwinnett County, Cobb County if you're in Georgia, or if you're in the Tennessee area, Bartlett, 30 minutes away, or how in upstate New York, if you guys are in upstate New York, Syracuse is about to have $200 billion of Micron memory semiconductor chips that's going to be built. So for the regions, buy the cheap land.
What's that ticker again?
You can do wholesale real estate, owner financing, leveraging business credit, but at least get to some fucking asset, for Christ's sakes. Because Syracuse, their properties are in the fucking hood, and the property is going to be $800,000, and the land in Syracuse right now is around $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $10,000. Those are war zones that's going to get gentrified and developed. No different how the Philly niggas saw that. Damn, all the shit that was in the 80s, that was crack houses, that was $5,000 is now $800,000, $1 million.
So basically, what's the criteria? Because as far as I know, the water bill is going up, the sewage is going up, the electricity is going up. So that means you gotta not just buy the thing, but you better be able to take care of it before it even gets sold.
Correct.
How you supposed to pay for that high ass electricity?
I knew I was gonna have an excuse. So when it comes to paying the high electricity bills, you guys are getting a refund through the rate protection program, the rate protection repayment program. So if you guys had to deal with any high electricity costs for the past 12 months to a year, well, 6 months to a year, pardon me, you guys could be able to get a refund on the money. And people that couldn't afford a situation, that's where you, Royal, come with your cash liquidity that you have, good credit, or some kind of revenue source of any sorts, tax refund money, whatever money that you have liquid, you work out a deal with the owner and say, I would like to buy your property via terms, owner financing. You can do subject to owner financing, but if you see a distressed seller, that's where you can come in and help. Or if the seller is already distressed and the state or the government has the property, tax deed owner financing. At least you have a situation where you can find a way how to get, mind you, Birmingham, Alabama. I'll give you a link list of what I'm doing. Birmingham has it where the tax deeds are literally $100, $1,000, $1,500, and the land is worth $25,000, and the neighborhood goes for $1,000. Where if you guys can't do it up
usually
north,
just $1,000 to go bid, and then like.
well, with
that's
Birmingham,
just to get
they
into the
have
system,
it.
though, right?
Birmingham is flexible where they have it where if it's been in the tax delinquency list for more than 3 years, they'll give you the deed. Only thing you have to do is buy the deed, file a quiet title, a lawsuit, meaning that any kind of debts, encumbrances, both came in, the electricity bills, like you mentioned, any kind of debts with student loans, credit, whatever that was attached to that property, mechanics liens, that gets wiped out as you as the new owner. So you can buy the deed, put title insurance on it. Can I finish? Damn, you said give me a solution. I'm trying to.
No, I'm just gonna tell you that I can't afford to take that risk. So.
All right, then shut your broke ass up and let somebody else fucking figure it out.
All right, shut my broke ass up. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Like I said, to keep my point together, and I'm gonna be done. I know I'm long-winded, but it's not a 1, 2, 3 process step. It's not an easy cookie cutter process because you're dealing with research analysis. You're dealing with scenarios of tax deeds. You're dealing with counties. You're dealing with title insurance. But with my scenario, I was able to buy 4 tax deeds, able to sell 2 of them, and about to build on the other 2. That was only $10,000 in investment. The Southeast is getting most of these manufacturing and warehousing. So the property values is going to shoot up in the next 36 months very rapidly. More job creation, more people that can now afford to finance the home that you build or the home that you manage to get on owner financing. I'm going to give you guys the link list, but you can leverage the land as collateral to fund for the construction. It's called land in lieu, where you're leveraging the land as collateral to get the construction crews to build that duplex that you want, to build that single family house that you want. Only thing you have to do is make sure that 1, you have more than 6 months in activity in your LLC. I could be above 680. And you need to make sure that any assets that you do get, it could be in Birmingham, it could be in St. Louis, or you could buy the tax deed properties that's in upstate New York or whatever state that you choose to do in. But at least buy the land that's in your neighborhood. My main purpose and concept is buy the land. And if you don't want to buy the land, then the stock list that I give you guys in the link chat, go at it. But please, somebody do something.
Hey,
because it seems like in the next 36 months, we're going to have more people that's going to miss the boat on AI and literally have more set of problems that they wasn't factoring.
They're not set for technology. They better off getting
the other link you had too, man, with the manufacturing shit too. Put that link in the chat.
So, Sean, do you have a list?
Something. Buy the land, buy stock, something. Because most of the development is coming in you guys' backyards. The hood is going to get gentrified. They already got development plans for $4 billion in Atlanta, Georgia.
I think Rambo got a question for you tonight.
Yo, Sean, man, we gotta jump in the room tomorrow at some point, probably, in the evening, right? We're gonna do some, let's have some talk about this AI. What up to the space? I've been listening and just rocking in the chat, but, Sean, let's go in there and do what we do, about tomorrow evening.
Well, no problem, man. Like I said, man, when it comes to this shit, I'm actually buying the land lots and tax deeds. So I'm not just hoop lying around. I've been a real estate agent for 12 years, and I've saw every scenario when they had the Rams Stadium built in LA, all the people that didn't want to buy the land lots, that was $150,000, $50,000. Mind you, they had money to do it. Mind you, they could literally took out lines of credit to be able to get the land lot, or they could be able to easily sold off the property that they wind up selling anyway. And fucked around, the property's now 1.5, 1.2 million, 1.8. Then you got places like San Antonio. The Spurs is going to create a new stadium, and the Spurs is actually playing good basketball this year. So what does that mean? More sales, more revenues, more people that's coming from all across the country.
The property
want to see Victor
going up in
the
that
ball.
city. That's what that means. Same way how it just went up in Detroit. Now,
Exactly.
Sean, I do got a question for you, and I'm gonna reach out to you too because I didn't know that was actually. I should have put it together when you gave us the list last time that you worked in lenders that do collateralized lending through the land.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna reach out to you directly. Appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. Because I found out that people that work in mergers and acquisitions, they have the best lenders. So when I was doing this situation of just small residential lenders, they wasn't big enough. Commercial lenders, they wasn't sophisticated enough to do something where they could be able to get raw land. Because it sounds like you got raw land. Raw land development tends to be more harder due to the fact that one, they want to say, okay, can you survey the land? What can you build on the land? Do you have contractor team, construction crews that can actually execute on the land? But when it comes to that situation, I would like to help. So I put Alabama. Then I also put my A through Z AI infrastructure from uranium. Uranium and copper is going to outperform the stock market in general. Like I told y'all yesterday, DNN stock was up 500% under the Biden-Harris initiative because of green energy is being fully prioritized. Now, the green energy is pretty much leverage of, okay, how can we be data center running 24/7, reoccurring without overloading? That's why small nuclear reactors, that's why me and Puffman was going back and forth when it came to situations of be the intermediate power grid that's needed for the short term before they can put data centers on the moon. But the AI infrastructure stock list is in the link in the chat because defense spending is going to keep on going. Utility companies are going to have to be forced to keep on investing. And data centers is going to be the biggest thing where that's national security.
Did you already talk about what happened with Anthropic?
Anthropic lost the contract and OpenAI got involved.
Oh, I think the wording is different than what you should be saying, bro. It didn't lose a contract at all. They refused to work with the government if the government would illegally surveil American citizens, removing human oversight when it comes to autonomous aircraft, because the government would not concede to Anthropic's goals. They said, okay, well, we can't hang with them because we're going to pose them as a security risk. But at the same time, they turn around and say, but Anthropic is necessary for national security. So it's literally a contradiction. They're full of shit, and they basically just want to weaponize.
Well, damn, brother,
Anthropic said, no, fuck you. So
now we're talking about
they didn't lose nothing. They didn't lose shit. They said, fuck you.
Now we're talking ideology. I'm talking about simple business. On this has got government contracts and they'll fill the void. OpenAI will fill the void.
Grok already signed on to fill the void. The void's already been filled by Grok.
And they also have other companies involved.
But Anthropic is better.
Okay, dude. Okay. Like I said, they have other firms and companies that's in the stock list that I provide. Did anybody even look at the list?
I didn't get
nobody really looking at it.
I would like the list. I don't know what the fuck they are, bro, but like I was buying shit this morning.
This shit gonna keep on moving regardless if people like it or don't like it. Government spending doesn't just cut because of ideology issues. Somebody's gonna take the contract. Somebody. We're just the public. To be honest, we have really no say so for what the direction is going. You just gotta follow where the cap money is moving to. That's why I listened to the Stanley Drunkard where he talked about how copper is going to 10x because they need that component to build the industrials globally. Battery storage facilities when it comes to EVs, and also storage facilities when it comes to all of the components that's needed for the grid.
Did you see the numbers for the correction for silver? That was from Bank of America. My partner who in the room, he said that shit to me this morning, and I'm like, it looked good for anybody who has desires to be like a silver acquisitionist, bro.
Well, buy the entry. That's just the pullback.
Sure, bro. I got
people look at the pullbacks and think that, see, it's fucking up.
Oh, no. It's an increase. I'm about to send you the link. It's an increase. Watch. I'm about to show you.
Yeah, when it comes to that situation, people should be talking about commodities. The AI component can't do shit without the actual minerals. That's why the geopolitical event that we're going to see or have seen so far has evolved with what? Critical minerals, rare earths, energy, grid infrastructure, nuclear, yellow cake uranium. All this scenario is copper. Then you also have titanium, Then they want to get cheap factors of energy that can make batteries refuelable, lighter, without using all the lithium. But most of this shit, global, is just a power chase to the rare earth minerals. That's why places like the continent of Africa is going to be a $12 trillion market by 2050. So that's why when it comes to this situation right here, I just look at the scenario of if we could just look at the balance sheets, look at the revenues, see what the government contracts that they're going to pick up, and at least figure out what is going. Now we can have these arguments of ideologies where we're so rich that our ideologies can be wrong, but we still are very flushed in cash. A lot of the times you have the dumb Republican, he ain't rich enough, and you got the dumb Democrat, he done took every shot that they told him
I don't
to do.
think they understand what you just said, though, bro. Because I got to an argument, I told the motherfucker that same shit. I was like, bitch, I make enough money, I can afford to be wrong, bro.
Most people can't afford to be wrong.
Yeah.
Most people cannot afford to be wrong. And I'm not being this situation where I'm an AI absolutist. No. But damn it, if you have companies to literally say we're going to downsize because of the situation, you have no money either on an AI business, you don't sell products online, digitally, automated marketing, automated drop shipping, automated whatever the fuck. Then what do you do?
I don't think humanity can afford to be wrong, and I don't think you can cover yourself with money when that shit turn bad.
Well, big dog, how can you do it while being broke? How can you change the world?
It won't matter then. It won't matter. But yeah, I mean, you may be able to insulate yourself from the beginning of a thing, but once they can surveil you and turn you into a little fucking NPC, then, you know.
Big dog, they've been surveilling us since the Patriot Act, sir. They've been surveilling us since the Patriot Act. We forgot what Edward Snowden was really talking about. I guess we forgot about Edward Snowden.
Anthropic just wanted to show up and act like they have morals, bro, and then OpenAI, Sam Altman is gonna pop out, and he's already been an issue for the country to the point where he's doing digital ID. He's clearly a government pansy. He's a bitch, and he's going to allow whatever oversight that they want to happen. He's going to be that puppet for the government.
Well, Elon has already signed up for it. Elon already signed up.
Man, all these tech firms that what we don't get. All these tech
you not got partial contracts.
What do we don't understand? When the Patriot Act was signed under Bush, extended under Obama, extended under Trump, extended under Biden, that should have been told you.
Right.
This bitch
the thing that I'm scared of is completely autonomous robots that don't have any human interaction at all. I'm scared of that part.
Big dog, if that's the case, and that's why red teaming, blue teaming, and purple teaming is needed. We need people.
No, you're not wrong. That's what I'm saying too. Then that's why you need some safeguards, right? So as soon as I said what I said, you went to your statement and you kicked in the same safeguards that I think need to be there. You see what I'm saying? So we're speaking the same language. You don't sound like
safeguards. You want the company to establish the safeguards, like outside of gun companies. Only safeguards they give a nigga is safe.
We definitely want safeguards. You definitely don't want a robot dog pulling up to your crib.
Firearm.
Definitely don't want a robot dog pulling up to your crib, bro.
Well, like I said, when it comes to the link list I put in the chat, I gave you guys the cloud infrastructure stocks, gave you guys uranium, CoreWeave. You know, you got Cypher mining versus CoreWeave, where CoreWeave is $52 billion market cap, but CoreWeave doesn't own the land. Their power access relies on external utilities, where Cypher Mining is a $7.2 billion firm, owns the land in Texas, and also have their own long-term contracts that they locked in-house team, and 3.2 gigawatt total of development capacity.
No, it's right underneath it. You don't see AI stocks? You don't see it's right underneath it, bro. No, the chat be tripping sometimes, depending on what device. Like when I'm on my Android phone, it don't show me everything in the chat.
Oh, okay. I must be missing it. Yo, you back channel that.
So
I got you, bro.
I'll back channel the situation. Then you got TMC, Deep Sea Mining. They already got approval from the White House where they can be able to go to the Pacific Ocean and also the Greenland scenario. That's why everything that we're seeing on the TV, these companies were shooting up the most when they heard news about all these events. That's because they are the bottleneck to fill the void. So TMC, they have like the Australian version of Elon Musk, where he's bringing in rovers and drones to be able to get the critical minerals, big chunky clusters of minerals that's in the sea. So that's needed for the AI data centers and this green initiative that they want to do by 2050. So it seems like all the world governments, all the world countries, firms are accelerating to do this carbon zero initiative. And nuclear is the cleanest energy and the cleanest form of energy that you possibly
Well,
can
we're moving to a stage 2 society when we're able to harness the power of the sun with a Dyson sphere.
One shit, that should be all bullshit.
I think their AI is gonna someday build a Dyson sphere.
Fuck all that shit. We still on, like, y'all be wanting to go to another galaxy and all that extra shit, and we still trying to figure out what's going on Earth. So, like, I be hearing, like, we be also, I mean, I'm not talking about being the aspect of righteous, but I know that people are trying to get these space nodules, and that was the deep sea space nodules, which has all the key components, but they're underwater and set up perfectly for a reason. And there's always us trying to make quote unquote life easier and make more money to just make things just more simpler for us to sit down and just click a computer and just teleport somewhere. That shit don't just be working like that. But it's okay when we can make money off of it because it's just the earth.
Well, like I said, brother, I understand your criticism and skepticism.
Ain't no criticism, no skepticism, nigga. That shit's
Okay.
real life.
Well, no problem. What I said was wrong.
I wasn't speaking about you. I never.
Then perfect. Like,
yeah.
one thing I was saying when it comes to the list is you have all of the nuclear thermal energy reactors that's needed. Because nuclear is going to be used for AI regardless. And to be honest, we need more nuclear reactors. Because that's the cheapest fuel that possibly can get everything going without interruptions. Solar is just an intermediary that can
and then the whole crew gets dirty. So the middleman and the middle people who are me and on those county clerks and the people at USPS and those black people who are working their job, they cannot say a word while these people in homeless and the people from the community programs are suffering because somebody's taking all the money. I have seen so many disgusting.
What we talking about, man?
Hold on a second. The real and trap. What's up, y'all? I'll let y'all speak on the title real quick since y'all new here.
Yeah.
One of y'all can go first.
Yeah, the real. You can go ahead before me.
I'm doing something right now, bro. I'll fall back.
I bet. Our teens, our young teens get more violent in 2026. No. If you did research, then you would know that my generation, Gen Z, we are the generation where a lot of these norms for y'all are not norms for us. Um, Such as crime. Our generation does not have the same crime rates that y'all had. You can see a 76 to 78, I think, percent gap between the crime rates between us and y'all. You feel me? We dropped about 77, 78%. You feel me? Inside the crime rates. So no, all this ideologies of us being violent or us being off the walls, it's literally not statistically backed up. You feel me? You can pull up your phone, the thing that you're on this Clubhouse app. You feel me? And search it up. Like no, you guys, we're degenerates. We're not. We are in the house. We're on the phone. A lot of us are like inside the social media and like playing around, bro. Like working. Like these kids are kids, man. I know y'all might be inside. I don't know where the fuck y'all are. Y'all might be someplace and see this shit, but nah. Overall, no. We're cool, man. We're just chilling.
Your point is, yeah, you're right. You know, a lot of us, I mean, you probably just came in, but we did touch on that, and they were saying what you were saying as well. What you're saying is not only a good thing, though, because what the working class people are saying now, your generation can't get your heads about your phone. Our generation now is saying that y'all don't even want to show up to work, y'all just want to check. So you're right, the violence is not anymore, because y'all aren't in the house. Now, this is your generation. I ain't gonna say you, of course, I'm not talking about you, so please, there's no need of coming back. You seen, as I seen you yesterday, you do talk more mature than some. So what I'm saying is the reason why the crime rate is down, because y'all are lazy. Y'all don't know how to scuffle. Your generation ain't got, or you ain't really mad at nothing. The rap defines your generation. I say that because right now, when we was coming up, rappers had they had 3 to 4 verses. Y'all get tired after one. The rest is beats and someone's just singing. You don't even have the wind, the lung capacity. Everything is defining y'all. And I'm working in the work field. It's from Olive Garden to fast food. They don't want to work. They're not working no more. So I do believe that the crime rate is gone down.
Okay, so I just wanted to say to that 92.5% of Gen Z is over the age 18 are employed. In some capacity that be full-time, part-time, or self-employed. We make up 18% of the U.S. labor force, with about 39% holding both a full-time job and a side at the same exact time. And it's all coming from the second youngest generation. Do you hear what I'm talking about? So all that we're lazy, no, that's not true. Statistically, it don't back that up. Also, over half, 54% are actively searching for new jobs, indicating an even higher turnaround. You feel me? So, like, so, like, nah, I cannot agree with you. And if you was to look, you would see
that with all this information balled up into one, and a lot of these other people that are like actually looking at this and the progression of what could be, we are already projected to be the richest generation. Like, so I don't agree with you. We're projected to be the richest. We work our asses off according to the stats. Bro, like I don't know.
Track. They got your generation got the don't leave no student behind generation. Your generation, I'm not talking about those stats. I don't do Google. I'm out in the streets at the jobs. I've seen how many people gotten fired, don't come to work. I'm talking about in reality. I'm off the Google. I'm not fucking Google. Your stats may be right. I'm not going to knock them. Don't show them to me. Don't show them to me. I'm going to show you, and you walk with me to work. You walk with me to jobs. You walk with me to society. That's what I'm going to show you. And we can count on one hand. Now, are y'all working? Yes, you are. Like I said, it's not all. I know girls who's done your generation is going to school, get the education, they want better. But you are not going to tell me those stats you show. I'm looking at them. It's this generation is just a pampered generation.
Okay, so you know, it's one of the amazing things about this conversation, and we're talking about the teens, young people. Um, I'm not too far away from these guys. I was born in 2004. You know, so like I'm really not too far away from these guys. But also with that, like I get to throw some of my real lived experiences to you guys as examples of some of the things that I'm talking about. Me, one of these 22-year-old young men inside generation. I work roof consulting slash adjusting for a small firm inside Atlanta on the little outskirts. I worked here for about 2.5, 3 years now. About the same time I've been married to my wife. I work with a DJI, make 100 plus a year. You feel me? I've been doing this since 18. You feel me? So I'm listening. Yes, I work with a DJI, man. Listen, you know, a lot of these men can't even play around with that type of camera, Ariel. If you actually know what it is, they wouldn't know how to play around with that. They throwing that thing all out of range and all. You feel me? Like it wouldn't work for a lot of them. I'm considered a white collar worker. If you guys don't know, a lot of you guys after a certain age, you finally get to a blue collar status. I'm already a white collar worker. You feel me? I've been here for a while now. I don't agree with you, man. Like I'm also married. Like I'm also a married man. Like that's also one of my little accomplishments. Like I just simply don't agree with you though. Like I think my generation and the generation to come, the generation after, if anybody else can actually change it, it could be us. But the only problem is some of the biggest fuck ups happen to be our parents. That's my only thing. So it's like, that's
well,
like
in a way, you're right. Because in Iran, we just talked about that too. It is parenting. So I mean, you hit points on a lot of stuff that we agree on. But you know, when you start to own your own business and you start to hire your 16, 17-year-olds, you're gonna run back into me maybe one day. You're gonna go, God damn, he was right. I'm just saying what I see. Now I didn't say all because evidently you don't fit with the all. Because look what you're doing. And I've talked to a lot of young people that's doing it the fuck up, roofing. There's a young dude that's doing roofing with his uncle. And he making money. So not all, but man, vast majority, yeah. Y'all didn't have it like we had. We worked, we grind. You know, we had us. The only thing I'll say our parents, I ain't gonna say all, they didn't teach us how to put money away. We work and we spend. I know that's my parents' thing. And I'm just like what Honey said. I wasn't far from the hood. Kenilworth Avenue, I'm from Deanwood. Kenilworth was right across the bridge. All my friends went to school was from Kenilworth. That's the project, stay in a hood. You know, it's how, like she said, it was how her parents was raised. You know, we ain't had no silver spoon in our mouth, but goddamn, you know, we ain't had no Rolls Royce in our driveway either. But I can get down with the ghettos and the projects and all that, whatever you want to call it.
Listen, man, I got a brother now in prison for 30 years. I'm from the street, the hood.
Okay,
I just got out, and I was a critical thinker, and I just wasn't a freaking follower, and I knew how to think my way out of stuff, and then follow stupid stuff. So I'm not like people got this BS because you were dumb and slow and didn't know how to critically think and not be a follower. You ended up in situations that half of the people didn't even listen to their parents. I got people now, I got friends and stuff that are dead because they didn't listen to their parents. They wanted to be in the streets and not follow directions. They wasn't obedient. They're dead now. Some of them are in prison. Like, we gotta stop that. Nobody knows people's background on here. I'm from the community and I'm from the hood. I just knew how to get around that mess, and I went on and put myself in college and didn't have to do, then end up getting locked up in jail for listening to somebody else's stupid ideology. People that I was around. Okay? So we gotta stop making excuses for being a coward and not doing what you gotta do.
Okay, so I don't know how many people know, because I'm hearing the poor stuff, and I'm just like, okay, well, I don't know too many poor people. And like, yeah, I am from what could be considered a hood, like it is considered a hood, you feel me? Especially by my locals. But I mean, that was only for a little bit that I stayed there. I had to look it up. Do you know that 40 to 50% of Gen Zers grew up inside middle class? You feel me? So like all this, all this hood talk. A lot of these kids, like these suburban kids, bro. Like I'm being, like these suburban kids. My generation had a lot of suburban kids. Like these kids played Minecraft and like watched YouTube and like and shit. I was considered the bad kid. Like this is what I'm so like, honey. Would you call yourself like I was? I was also considered that probably like 2, 3, 4 times what you were, really, honestly speaking.
I grew up poor too. Let's just put it all out there. I grew up poor. I was in a good community. I grew up in the cow type of stuff. And I still made it out. Made it out, able to not succumb to my environment.
You're in the matrix. But now all I was trying to say was like a lot of us may have like started off at some of these places also, but like overall we went to middle class. You feel me? So yeah, I went to some of the same places you went, probably. You feel me? Maybe some worse places. My generation, the people in my generation, they probably even went to the same places. You feel me? Maybe some worse ones. But overall, like y'all, it was a certain point where y'all started to make more. You feel me? And y'all started to use the income that we brought in, and y'all upgraded y'all lives. I know a lot of. I know.
I would like to add after him.
Go ahead. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go.
I appreciate it.
He said me, not you.
You can go.
Yeah. Just to what you're saying, because I think, I don't know if I'm hearing it correctly, but what I will say is the millennials, especially the middle ones, like let's say around like 89, 90, like they started entrepreneurialism for real, like standing on it and stamping it. Like who wanted to continue to just be poor and making ends meet? That's why we didn't have kids. We got to really live out our lives and shit like that. Like I got friends that's really don't get to do nothing because they gotta find a babysitter. Like, respectfully, I live like a 30-year-old in a young relationship with no kids, and I love my life. Like, and I think, it's no beef with your generation at all. We have paved the way for you guys to walk around with your cocks out and stuff like that and be tyrants and shit like that. I think we did pave the way for that. When it comes down to money, I think you guys have more access and more money and tangible money. But again, I said this in another room. They saying that y'all not gonna own houses or millennials. Like we're not about to own properties. So if all of the money is going to like TikTok ads and fucking fake clothes and all the shit y'all buying and Hellcats and shit, like, come on now. Are y'all putting this money back into your communities? Hello, Trent. Hellcats.
Absolutely. I'm working in my community all the time.
Wait, honey, how old are you? My bad.
I'm old enough to work in my community.
I wasn't, hold on. I asked because I wasn't only talking to Gen Z. I wasn't talking to millennials.
Okay. So yeah. You asking, is Gen Z putting back inside the community?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, inside of many ways we are. I don't know what one is looking to be looked at as giving back, but for example,
I'm not talking about charity work.
Yeah. So I have friends who like are musicians. Some of them who are entrepreneurs already. And we've kind of seen certain people do small things that gave us ideas of some of the things that we wanted to do. So we done did stuff like shoe drives and little turkey drives and stuff like that.
No, see, that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about that. Wealth back into the community. Like, let's say you open up a t-shirt spot, like where they could press, like, prints on shirts, and then you have black people working there. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Do y'all do that?
Okay. So I don't know if you're familiar with like all these little movements with these entourages and shit like that. And I'm going somewhere with this, I promise. These entourages, most of the people in my generation, they're a part of an entourage.
They paid?
Like, they're a part of an entourage, and with that entourage comes like this making money and y'all making this wealth and all these people networking. So I don't know if that's what you're talking about. Like most of these people got a whole bunch of people that they are close to and they just network together and they make money throughout each other and stuff like that.
Yeah, so
I
agree with
But that wasn't what I was talking about, but I like that.
I agree with them on
That's what they be doing.
Yeah, I agree with them on that. From what I observe, they definitely are getting money, right? They're about their bread, they're about their money, they're trying to get that. But just also from what I observe, I think they're about their bag, but it don't seem like they really have too much of a sense of like community as I believe the millennial generation had and the generation ahead of us had. It seemed like we was more rooted and grounded in doing service specifically for the black community and lifting and trying to build the black community. This new generation, I'm not saying they don't have no sense of blackness, but that is just
They don't see color though. That's not their thing.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm not saying they don't have any sense of blackness, but their concern is not to push the black community agendas ahead. That's like a second afterthought to them. A lot of things that took place, and Trap, when I'm finished speaking, you can correct me where I'm wrong. But this is just what I feel like I observed. A lot of the things that happen, according to the black struggle, it seems like it's more of a afterthought, something that happened, but now we're here today, and this is the way that we're moving today. If you white, I'll align with you. If you whatever, I'll align with you. I think now these kids are more so on a mindset of if you're doing the same thing I'm doing, I'm with you. I don't care really too much about that black stuff. Now, to address the title, these kids, in my opinion, are at least they are more violent, and if they're not more violent, well, I think they have more access to do violence in terms of having high powered ammunition now, having switches. They are now carrying the same type of firearms and firepower that the law have, if not more, right? They have more capabilities to do violence and carry these things out, right? Because once upon a time, at least back in my day, yeah, a 14-year-old may have but he had some little dink gun. 14-year-old got an updated Glock with a switch on it, so they have more access to do damage in the community. And now they even record themselves doing it.
There's lack of representation in our community. This ain't a Gen Z or a Gen B problem. This is a black people problem. Black people fucked up in general. You under the age of fucked up. You don't value family. You don't value the community. You probably do nothing for your community. And I think the brother posed a good question. Most black people don't think about the community. If you walk into most facilities, the elementary schools, and ask the kids what they want to be, everybody want to be a fucking streamer, a podcaster, a musician. Everybody want to start a business. Nobody wants to be a firefighter no more.
Nobody wants to be a politician. Nobody wants to be the mayor. Nobody wants to be the sheriff. Everybody want to be on YouTube. They want to follow the celebrities and on All Star Weekend. Nobody wants to be regular. Nobody want to do anything for the community. So I think we lost in general. I just heard a woman at the age of 30 bragging about not having kids and having fun. That's what our community is about. Individuality. I want to have fun. Fuck the kids. Fuck being a wife. Fuck family. I want to go to Jamaica, get drunk, and be with the girls. That's what our community is about. Individuality. Nobody's thinking about the mass. We want to have fun. So that was an example right there. She's 30, Trap is 21, and she says she's having fun, and she knows friends that need a babysitter. That's a blessing. He's so against having kids in the family.
Because they can't afford them, and neither can I.
Excuse me, our community fucked up.
We can't afford them.
We hate kids. How do you know they can't afford them?
I'm telling you they can't, and I'm telling you why
do women have to live by your timeline? I'm so confused.
Wait, but why he's saying, how do I know? I'm telling him they can't afford these kids, and I can't afford them.
Okay, so I want
you know I know.
No, you don't know. You just want to assume. You asked.
You know I know they can afford kids because if I go on their IG, I'm gonna see them on a cruise or I'm gonna see them bouncing their ass somewhere on the beach.
Literally not.
Bouncing ass costs money on a beach.
So
it doesn't. Listen.
Most people struggle.
The beach
with
is free, right?
Excuse me, sister. Most people struggle with money management and budgeting. People only invest in what they want to invest in. I think anybody with Gucci and Louis in their closet is a loser. Most black people have a saturated wardrobe of European designers because we want to appear to be something that we're not. So if you go in your closet right now and you got European designers in there, I think you're a loser personally. Because there's so many black entrepreneurs that we talk about and black designers in your community. You don't.
I don't like some of them clothes.
Okay, so listen. Can I say something?
I don't want to wear dashiki to prove a point.
Hold on, can I say something about the community thing to the real and the rest of the room? Listen, y'all are correct. We don't really see community outside of the community that we want to make. You feel me? And that's only because like our parents again. When we when we go looking at these dynamics between people like men and women, and then when we go look at these generations, you can see where the breakdown happens. My grandmother was born in 1940 something. My grandfather was born 1930 something. You feel me? A lot of you guys was born way after that. You feel me? The millennials, I told y'all, the women specifically have the highest number of like single baby mothers. And that's with the Gen Zs and the Gen Alphas. Like this is what's going on. So these two young generations, the millennial women created the most fucking kids out of everybody else. And guess what? They're single mothers. So like all this goddamn dysfunction came from y'all. Our grandparents didn't do it. Our great grandparents didn't do it. It came from the millennials. It came from the goddamns. And with that, like, bro, y'all didn't go to the family functions and shit. Like, we seen y'all stop go. We actively seen y'all stop showing up to the motherfucking family reunions. We actively remember y'all saying, hey, man, no, we don't got time to deal with your granny and the rest of them over there and they bullshit like today, so we just gonna do this over here. Like, we watched y'all kill the family dynamic system. We watched y'all, like, kill this community shit that y'all now talking about after, like, I don't know, whatever the fuck happened in the world. We watch y'all do this shit. And it's so funny because it's like, not until we started getting older, some of us, you feel me, because it's some of us that are now older, that we started getting older, that y'all start coming up and having this understanding. And I'm so confused, because like, nigga, what? Like, nigga, what the fuck?
Can I say something, Trav? Because I really feel like you being disingenuous. What era are you born in?
2004.
Okay, so my son was 2 years after you. So you're speaking a whole lot of what you don't know of. And I said this in the comments. I know we like to trivialize things, but I think it's really important to read and understand the laws that were put into place that criminalized a lot of Black Americans. And when it comes to the millennials, I have a dad born in 1932, being in his 90s right now. My mom is 76. My sister on my dad's side is 73. My daddy was a big Rolling Stone. He built a lot. He's from Wichita, Kansas, and came his ass over here on the West Coast, up here in the Northwest West Coast, and built with his hands. What I can say in the degenerateness in my own family that I see outside in the community is that there's a lot that happened in the 60s and the 70s because white cracker booty ass females could not have their own bank accounts in the 70s. So they were forcing this feminist type of fucking movement. So when you talk about the millennials that were outnumbering the baby boomers, you're not talking about why they outnumbered or why there were so many single mothers. You're making it seem like the trivial way of how we glorify what black women were going through when that was not it. This is laws, and the reason why I'm speaking in such a passionate way, because I got a 19-year-old that wants to cuss at you, Trap. A 19-year-old, like I said, 2 years after you. The stuff that you're speaking, I homeschooled my boys. But I have to say that in my ignorance, I have 2 children. Both their dads fight me in court, garnish my paycheck. I work Jane of all trades in medical, in real estate, in retail, in grocery. And I'm saying all these things is because I'm starting to see a pattern. There's too much compartmentalization when we talk about these things. And I think it's because we don't dig into our own family. I went into my family's lineage for me to know how to connect what I was dealing with to help my boys not seem sissified or, mom them too much where they can't be their own selves. Because there's not in the community, and the reason why is because the drugs of the 80s that came flooding up on the West Coast, and then on top of that, with the millennials that were being born around that timeline, they were being child trafficked into CPS system. I'm one of them. I'm a survivor of one. We have women that were being retitled as African Americans because 1989 and 1986 with Jesse Jackson's bitch ass. So you're not understanding. There's a whole bunch of stuff. You're just speaking on what you want to speak on, and the reason why a lot of us stopped coming around our elders is because they kept supporting the demon rats that are not helping nothing. So out here where I am is a sanctuary city in the state. I'm looking at 6 districts that are illegally finding ways to refund and disfranchise the Black indigenous Americans that were here from the 1800s. So when you're speaking in such a matter-of-fact tone, I hope you could back that with your own blood lineage, your genealogy that you're speaking of, and not try to project it on everyone else when you don't know the laws that were put into place.
And you wasn't here. We were here for your generation's development. You weren't here for the peak of our development.
Okay, so here's the crazy thing. No matter what anybody wants to say about this war on drugs or this crack epidemic that happened,
You weren't there for it. You weren't affected by it directly. My grandmother was a crackhead. She was 18 and turned crackhead.
So listen.
She abandoned my father and her kids. You weren't there for that.
Okay, so no matter what nobody wants to say, right now we have a fentanyl epidemic going on.
That was a choice.
Listen, I love the fact that you just said that. So you know what a lot of people in my generation realize? That these goddamn situations that y'all talk about the government just goddamn forced y'all into, no, that's not how it happened.
You was there? You was there?
No.
I asked the question, were you there? What happened? So instead of saying that's not how it happened, say how it happened. How did it happen?
Let me get this in there. Let's just be honest.
How did it happen?
No, let's just be honest. Here's what happened. You guys followed trends just like some of these people do right now. And when this trend of, hey, this crack thing is going around and I should get my hands on some because it could make me some money.
Our generation did not do that. We didn't do crack. This is how he don't know what he's talking about. That's not our generation. It's the niggas before us. That's generation.
It's like what I said.
Wow, listen, baby. We didn't do crack. Any millennial in here did crack? He sold crack. We didn't do crack. He sold the crack. Like, we didn't do crack. We're not general. We just didn't do crack. He's talking crazy right now.
Honestly, this social media shit did
Any millennial here did crack? You know another millennial that did crack? We didn't do crack.
Instructions in your brain.
That was our grandparents. No crack.
Idea how these drugs work. But you was a baby, right?
I was triggered. Our generation did not do crack.
Okay, so let me get it in there then. I'm just saying.
So what are you saying?
A lot of these situations that people's government like just forced.
Wait, hold on, wait. Why are y'all just let him finish though? Like, come on, dude.
A lot of these situations that
Crack. Who did the crack? Can you just let him finish, please?
a lot of these
There's a
situations,
moderator.
Which side have you been feeding? More importantly, which one are you ready to become? What y'all think about that?
Profound.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, that was good with hitting.
I got to hear it first before I put it out though. But what y'all think? Scale
Oh
of 1 to
my
10.
God, Ghost. Wow. Wow. So you're a spiritual teacher.
I mean, I am. I do everything I can. My mind, whatever I put my mind to.
You're an alchemist of energy. You can alchemize energy.
I write, you know what I write to motivate people, man. I don't write for self. I'm a walking testimony, you know what I'm saying? Me and my brother too on the stage. We like walking testimonies. So me, I like to share that energy with people and let them know. Because when I was younger, people told me I couldn't change. Oh, you won't change, you won't ever change. And now I'm a totally different person from who I was when I was a teenager, like the second chapter of my life. You know what I'm saying? I'm at the 5th chapter right now. But first, second, and third chapter wasn't the best, you know what I'm saying? But all that takes self, everything, like I'm trying to teach people that you gotta look within yourself. See, before you want to change anything else, you gotta change yourself. Look into yourself and build a solid foundation with self. And I think that's the problem with what's going on right now. Is everybody looking to change everything, not looking to change themselves, because it's hard to look in the mirror. You know what I mean? It's hard.
They don't want to get to know themselves.
Exactly. It's hard to come to terms and say, yo, for you to change, you gotta acknowledge the things that you did that was negative. You can't change and just forget the things that you've done. That means that you gotta tie up loose ends. People you might have had disrespect, and you might have to go to them and be like, yo, blah, blah, blah. Because that's all part of the change process. So when I write pure emotion. And like what I'm going through now with my mom, with my sister, that was like a fire. Like the fire lighting the candle.
Fire, like the flame under your ass?
Yeah, so it's like, for me, it was like, instead of me being aggressive and angry, I chose to put all that into words. And I chose to share my thoughts and share how to empower people, how to help people become great. You know what I'm saying? And my
Best is highest version of themselves.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's just it. But I appreciate y'all. If y'all like that, you know what I'm saying?
I loved it. That was profound. That was just like, it was kind of like confirmation,
That was fire, son.
Like, really, like, thank you for that. I appreciate you for that.
Well, my manager always gonna say it's fire. Okay, thank you. I know, but
You're on to something, pal.
no, I do this. I got like over 200 spoken word pieces, man. I write hip hop too. I mean, I write. You know what I'm saying? I would say I'm more of a MC than a rapper. I mean, I got songs and all that also. So I do various different things. For me, I do it out of love. I don't do it for money.
Right.
I do it because I love to do it. I love to write something and then lay it down and hear it. Like, yeah, I just wrote that. You know?
Be authentic with it.
Yeah, so, for me, I share it with my people, like Black, Tear, you know what I mean? I share my music. So people that I care about, I'm like, yo, here, I just did this, what you think? So if they say it's trash, I'll be like, all right, cool, I'll throw it away. They be like, yo.
Nah, not fair. Don't throw it away just because one person says it's trash.
Nah, you know what? Because half the time when somebody says something, I might already feel that way. I just need confirmation.
Oh, you just wanted confirmation on it.
Like, I might be writing something and the beat might not be right for the lyrics, and I know already, but I'll be like, all right, let me send it to my people that I know. Gonna tell me the truth. They're not gonna get you. Bro, you my man. Nah, if it's whack, Black, like I do that. They'll be like, nah, I don't like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's how I just do this for fun. This is what I do for fun, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that was beautiful right there. Oh my goodness. People are going to think that was AI, but I know that wasn't AI because you can, honestly, when you tap into energy, you can discern from authenticity of a real human soul to the artificial intelligence. You really can, Some people probably won't be able to soon, but I can still pick up on that, and I'm so thankful for that kind of discernment. But that comes from being able to read energy, knowing that I'm an antenna and that, I'm constantly picking up everybody's, frequency around me,
You know, because life is vibration, thought, and spoken word. Like even when you think, you emanate a certain kind of a way you vibe, certain kind of frequency you give out. You know, everybody has a signature frequency. You know, just because you can't hear it doesn't mean it's not there. So the more you move with intent, the more you move with like, hey, I want everybody to win genuinely. I'm not trying to be a wrench in nobody's life. I'm not trying to be opposition to nobody. I want us all to win. You know, once you move with that kind of intent and you align it with the thought and your imagination and the spoken word, you can hop timelines. You can change the outcome of your life with infinite realities, you know?
You know, the thing about it, though, that just separates AI from reality is, like you said, expression and energy.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like when you read something, you could tell, like, okay, this shit is real.
You're going to be able to feel it. You're going to be able to feel it. A lot of people's antennas aren't reciprocating that, though. They're really, well, our biofield is under attack constantly by different signals. But once you realize that, hey, you are the 5G tower, you are the battery, you are like a part of the source, then you alchemize the negative and you can actually push it back out as positive. So then it doesn't drain you or leave you feeling weak. You can kind of empower yourself with it. You know, you know how they can alchemize certain metals to turn it, because that's what alchemy is all about. It's all about changing something from something, you know. Let me slow down my thoughts. I'm sorry.
Nah, you good. You was flowing, y'all.
I know, but I gotta, you know, I have to take a breath, because sometimes you can give information overload to people that never heard things like this. So, alchemizing your outcome, just knowing how powerful you are, just as one person. Some people go, I can't change nothing. What can I do?
I'm gonna tell you this though, right? I kind of look at us, my team, as like the light in the storm, right? Because me, I look at myself as a reflection of God. There is no in between. I don't believe in religion. I know what I've seen and what happened and what manifested, right? Believing and talking to God. So for me, my thing is, if I'm gonna say something, it gotta be something that people can absorb, take something from it. You know what I mean? Like, it's already proven my style. Like, if you go on TikTok, I'm probably the only person on TikTok that over 500,000 likes. No picture, no personal life, 4,000 followers or whatever.
Wow.
It's always energy. See, the aura is everything. But see, they have people chasing the wrong things and believing in the wrong things, where they're looking outside themselves, right, for help and change. But change starts with you. You could be a loser on Monday, wake up Tuesday and win it. Set your mind. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Like every day you reborn like the Christ, right? You go to sleep, right? You wake up. You wake up in the morning with that new breath of life, that new choice. You can either be positive or negative. It's real simple. I could be a nigga today, right?
Yeah.
And if that's the energy that I'm fueling, the energy that I'm manifesting, that's who I'm gonna become for that. Because the next day I could be like, yo, yesterday I was a fucking asshole.
And you ain't lying. It's that simple.
So that's how simple life is, right? But then they give us these like religions. It's like, well, if you do this and if you do that, and if you don't do this, you're gonna burn in hell, and you know all these stories, right? But we don't even know that these stories are real. But we do know that the results of my choices are real, right?
Boy, ooh wee.
I'm saying, right? The results of anything I do, the results is real, right? Now, me being the master of my temple in the church is.
And we're almost there. If we just need a few more steps, you know?
You know, what I always tell these people is that a lot of them think brown people do not deserve freedom, do not deserve democracy. Because when American and allies invaded Europe and liberated Europe, among others France and Germany from Nazism, that was a good thing. Foreign intervention was a good thing. When they liberated Japan from Hirohito's dictatorship, brutal dictatorship of Imperial Japan, that was a good thing. Japan has ever since been a legitimate, prospering democracy. But Iranian people don't deserve that. Suddenly foreign intervention is not good, because they think Iranian lives don't matter, because they think our lives are cheap. Let Khamenei massacre us. Let Khamenei and his Shia brutal terrorists from Hashd Shahri, from Zainabiyun, Fatimiyun, from Pakistan, Afghanistan. He brought over Shia from all these countries to massacre Iranian people just a couple of months ago. our lives don't matter. It doesn't matter. Let them do that. They just deserve it. They're brown people. They don't need to have democracy. But yeah, it's because they are. A lot of them are just racist, and they think brown people like us Iranians, we can't have like democracy and prosperity and have it live in peace and enjoy human rights and our women's rights.
Can I say something? I've met a lot of Iranians in Canada, and like I would say the majority of them want the downfall of the Iranian, like the RGC, 100%. But it's scary because there's a few of them that I know that actually defend the IRGC but they're also part of like hardcore leftist circles. That's like what I'm talking about. To me, and this is where I think that everybody's wired differently. I actually think that a lot of Western leftists actually look at race and generalize. So if they think that you're brown, they think of you a certain way. The way that I think is that you're an individual, and I'm going to treat you as an individual. I don't treat anybody differently based on race. I'm friendly with everyone, and I give everybody a 50-50 chance at the beginning when I meet them. I think that's like the best way to go about life. I think it's like,
can you let the other guy speak, bro? Just so
someone was trying to speak.
Yeah, he was trying.
I couldn't hear. Sorry,
It's okay, bro. Go ahead, man.
First of all, I want to say hi to Rashad. He's the one keeping the freedom light on. But as far as everyone talking about the socialist Islam, that's the misunderstanding. The leftists, they think Islam is more pro, regular people, and they have more justice as far as like a socialist justice. That's what the whole is Islam and communism, socialism, as far as talking about the old kind of socialism, because I believe there is a new kind of socialism. You have some social benefit in the United States. I mean, like, healthcare for poor people, or retirement, or kindergarten